And there we go. That is the second semi-final of the 100 meters, and that is Jacinta Nyamohange coming in very, very fast, and she'll be crossing the line in a time of 11.84, just outside the qualification time for the World Athletics Championship. By the way, good morning wherever you are. It is day 2 of these National Athletics Championships happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And for the second day running, we are live, bringing you all the action as it happens here on Athletics Kenya TV. Follow us, share, like, and comment. Even on YouTube, find us Athletics Kenya TV. We'll bring you all the action today. Already a few races gone. The 20-kilometer race walk, the pole vault, the 100 meters hurdles, the heptathlon, and of course the 110 meters decathlon. The first semi-final of the 100 meters women, whereby we saw Maximilia Imali surrender her national crown when she was disqualified, with Monica Safania winning that one in a time of 11.96 seconds. Ugandan Jacinta Nyamohange winning semi-final number 2 in a time of 11.84 seconds. Right now, we just witnessed Jacinta Nyamohange from Uganda winning the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Remember, afterwards, we'll have the 100 meters men, where the two brothers will be racing in semi-final number 1. But first things first, the third semi-final of the 100 meters. Nyayo South, Edna Mogendi. The women qualified in a time of 12.22 seconds. Esther Bagari 11.91 coming into this one. Eunice Kadogo 11.94. That is Susan Nyambura and Martha Lucy of Nyanza. So that's the lineup for the third and final semi-final of the women 100 meters. Remember, if you want to qualify for Budapest, 11.15 is the minimum, is the standard set time for that. But who is going to do that? Let's wait and see. Will it come from this heat? The 100 meters women semi-final number 3. And it's smooth, and everyone, but watch out for Eunice Kadogo out of the block very, very smoothly, and she's on close to taking this one. And she wins it in a line. 11.75 seconds is the time. Esther Bagari of Prisons just beating Eunice Kadogo of Police. Esther Bagari winning it in 11.75 seconds to qualify for the finals.
Washiriki wa pole upande wa kina dada wanahitajika mara moja kwenye sehemu ya pole. Washiriki wa pole upande wa kina dada wanahitajika kule. Winnie Lagat wa polisi, Veronica Chebet police, Catherine Mwenda KDF, Caroline Cherotich KDF na Beatrice Kemeli KDF. Vile vile ningependa kuwafahamisha kwamba kulingana na ratiba yetu, baada ya mita tutakuwa na mbio za mita 110 kuruka mbio kwa upande wa wanaume.
And we move on to the 100 meters, 3 semi-finals lined up for the men, and of course many anticipating for quicker times and improved personal best from these athletes that want to participate in this one. That is and I'm giving you the lineup for the first semi-final of the men 100 meters. Semi-final number 1. In lane number 1, expect David Chege of Nairobi, qualified in a time of 11.0 seconds. Musa Isabiria of Uganda is in lane number 2. 10.86 is the time posted in the hits. Tyson Juma of Western, 10.71 is the time he posted. And then the fastest man from the hits, Ferdinand Omanyala, the Africa and national record holder, the Commonwealth champion, the leaderboard, the man of the moment, the man who's already conquered the world and is leading in the Diamond League Series. Ferdinand Omanyala is in lane number 4, qualified yesterday in a time of 10.08 seconds. Benson Okot of Uganda, 10.77. Really, he needs to improve here. Benson Okot has so much potential, but this one, he comes in lane number 5. Then this Robinson Motende of KDF, the second fastest man in the field. 10.57 is the time he posted yesterday in the hits to qualify for this one. And then this Isaac Kundu Omurwa, the younger brother to Ferdinand Omanyala. He'll be running from lane number 7. And to complete the lineup is Daniel Simiu of North Rift. 10.88 is the time he posted coming into this one. So that is the lineup for the first semi-final of the 100 meters. That's David Chege, Nairobi. Musa Isabire from Uganda. That's Tyson Juma. That's Ferdinand Omanyala representing police. The tall man, Benson Okot. KDF's Robinson Okot, Robinson Motende. Isaac Omurwa representing Eastern. And that's Daniel Simiu representing North Rift. So watch out for Motende in lane number 6, and of course Ferdinand Omanyala. What will Isaac do, of course, in lane number 7? This is the first semi-final of the 100 meters. And there he goes smoothly, and that is how Omanyala flies after the 20-minute mark and is way off the mark. Robinson Motende trying it and coming in second, and Omanyala will be winning that one in 10.07. Robinson Motende, as expected, came in second place. Ferdinand Omanyala winning that one 10.07. We'll be confirming the official time in a bit, but then Robinson Motende of KDF finishing in second, and Benjamin Okot coming in third. Now we swiftly move to the, and that's how it went. Omanyala off the block nicely. After 20 meters, he was gone. Everyone was chasing Omanyala in that race, and you could feel that he was already gone. Robinson Motende trying to catch up with Omanyala halfway through the race. with Benson Okot also coming in, but then Omanyala just showing the rest of the field that he is the national champion, the Africa record holder, and of course the African champion, also the Commonwealth champion. And now we move on to the second semi-final, and that is Okot and Omanyala exchanging niceties. Behind them is Isaac. I know he will be like, one day I want to be like my brother, but first of all he has to make sure that he improves on his time. We'll be looking at the time he clocked here, hoping that he might have made it to the final. But for the second semi-final, we have Janosh Musa Moncheri of the Seychelles qualified in a time of 10.89. And then we had Dan Kiviasi of Prisons, 10.86. Meshak Babu of KDF, the fastest man in the field on the day. 10.40 is the time he posted. Coming into this one, Pius Adome of Uganda, 10.73. Moses Wasike of Nairobi, 10.75. Henricho Brunches of South Africa, 10.55. Shadrach Wasilwa of North Rift, 10.80. And then Simani Rigau, 10.98. That is Dan Kiviasi. Meshak Babu, KDF. That's Pius Adome. That's Moses Wasike. Very impressive.
Brunches from South Africa.
Brunches.
Lane 7, Shadrach Wasilwa, North Rift. And lane 8 is Simani Rigau representing Eastern.
Simani Rigau representing Eastern. It's the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Remember, for you to be in Budapest, 10.00 is the time required. But this one promises to be a very competitive field. All these athletes each ran under 10.90, except Simani Rigau, of course, in lane number 8. He'll be trying to improve on that. But let's see who carries the day here. Watch out for Meshak Babu and Henricho Brunches of South Africa in lane number 6. And there he goes, Branches off the blocks nicely, but then watch out at Wasilwa coming in nicely, but then this is Meshak Babu as expected. 10.52 is the time by this man, Meshak Babu of KDF, winning semi-final number 2 of the 100 meters.
There's a very strict competition here. Whoever will cross to finals will be very lucky here. Hapa kuna upinzani mkali kabisa. Atakayeibuka finali nakumbuka leo ile nane mwaniki. Twende kazi.
Wasikumbuka coach Kimani pia yuko hapa. Alisema hawezi kutwa na sprint. Coach Kimani kile unamjua mwangi. Amefika hapa kushuhudia.
And that's how it went. Brunches off the blocks well, but then watch out for this man, Meshak Babu. Maintained his speed and ensured that he crossed the line just before the South African and Daniel Kiviasi of Prisons.
Shani Dodi from Seychelles, just here. Steve Onyango, Brown Manani, Charles Wade. All these are good athletes.
As we shift focus to semi-final number 3, Eliakim Ondimu of the universities will be running in lane number 1. Richard Ogutu, Shari Dodin of the Seychelles, Hesbon Ocheng, Prisons, Stephen Onyango of KDF, Mark Kangete of the universities, Brown Muratha of Central, and Charles Nyamwea of Nairobi. Watch out for Hesbon Ocheng and Stephen Onyango, lane number 4 and number 5. It will be very, very competitive. Looking at the times they posted yesterday in the hits, 10.47 for Hesbon and 10.54 for Stephen Onyango. So this will be very, very tight.
Lane 1, Eliakim Ondimu Universities.
That's Eliakim Ondimu of the universities.
Lane 2, Richard Ogutu,
That's Richard
National
Ogutu.
Police. Lane 3, Sharin Dondin from Seychelles.
10.47. Hesbon Ocheng.
Prisons. Lane 5, Steve Onyango, Kenya Defense
Steve
Forces.
Onyango, KDF.
Lane 6, Mark Kangede, Universities.
And of course Mark Kangete and
Central.
Brown Muratha and Charles Nyamwea. 9.55. Qualified in a time of 10.90 seconds. That's the third semi-final of the 100 meters. This is very, very tight, looking at the times they posted when they qualified for this one. So let's wait and see who makes it to the final. It's the men 100 meter semi-final number 3. Shall have a restart. Maybe a technical issue there. But watch out for Hesbon Ocheng and Stephen Onyango. Don't write off Shari Dodin of Seychelles. Ran a very, very fast time yesterday in the heats, 10.74. And here you go, take number 2. The third semi-final of the 100 meters. And there we go, and off the blocks is Hesbon Ocheng, really, really fast. Murata trying to close in, but look at Stephen Onyango, and that was close, 10.50 as we predicted. Stephen Onyango and Hesbon, who did it? Who won this one? This might be a photo finish. We'll just wait and confirm in a bit. But then, as we predicted, in lane number 415, Hesbon Ocheng in lane number 4 and Stephen Onyango of KDF in lane number 5. That was really, really tight. 10.50 is the time posted by these two athletes. Let's wait and see who might have just crossed the field. Look at that. Hesbon started really well, but then Stephen Onyango, the acceleration, top notch, and there you go. That's really, really close. I think Stephen might have just edged Hesbon. Yes, Stephen might have just edged Hesbon there. So let's wait and see. As you can see, I think Stephen Onyango of KDF might have just won this one. We'll wait for the official results though, but it's between Stephen and Hesbon. Either way, all of them are in the final. It will be a very, very interesting final. So from what we have, Hesbon Ocheng, Stephen Onyango, Ferdinand Omanyala, Benson Okot, that will be a very, very, very fast 100 meters final.
Kwa sasa bendi yetu ya magereza kama tunaweza kupatia ngoma moja vito na mbio practice inspector kidogo tuone, na tunashukuru madam kufika katika kiwango hicho. Tuletee ngoma tamtam kidogo.
Hiyo mwandiki kumbuka kuna hawa jamaa wa photo finish wakiongozwa na Jaco.
Photo finish Jaco yuko pale,
mambo ya retire
kosi
hapo kwa nyuma iko bwana Naftali Odinga. The best time maridadi. wa pole vault. Mokoro. Pole vault wamefika. Mokoro. Selina. Pole vault. Mokoro. Kazi iko sawa. Haya, upande ule mwingine tunaendelea na discuss. Hapa tunasubiri vita viende. Beti ya magereza.
Basi mashabiki, shindano ambalo liko tayari ni mita 400 semi-finali ya kwanza kwa upande wa kinadada. Kwenye leni ya kwanza ni Janet Koech wa magereza.
And we shift focus to the 400 meters in lane number 1.
Kwenye leni ya tatu, Shida Leni kutoka Uganda.
Veronica Chebet, Janet Koech, Margaret Naisarian, Shida Leny of Uganda, Gladys Jepkemoi, Jacqueline Nanjala of North Rift, Maureen Thomas, Dorin Chepkirui of KDF, and Sandra Chepkoech. There you go, the first semi-final of the women 400 meters. Watch out for Shida Leny in lane number 3. Dorin Chepkirui was really impressive last time out in lane number 7, but then Shida Leny looks really strong. Chepkirui looks strong also, and then look at Maureen Thomas of Police now leading, heading into the 150 meter mark. That is Maureen Thomas. Jacqueline Nanjala also trying in very well, but Maureen Thomas in the strong lead. And then the Ugandan Shida Leny coming in, but it's Maureen Thomas hanging on, but then Shida Leny just taking that bend well, and she will be winning this one. Maureen Thomas trying hard, and it's Shida Lenyi. Maureen Thomas 52.53 is the time posted by the Ugandan to win the first semi-final of this 400 meters. The second semi-final of the 400 meters, expect Purity Joy Chepkoech of South Rift to be in lane number 1, Tabitha Mongina KDF lane number 2, Damaris Nduleve of Police lane number 3, 53.04. She was the fastest in the hits. Mercy Chebet of South Rift in lane number 4, Veronica Mutua of KDF in lane number 5, Mercy Okech KDF in lane number 6, and Ann Mbatha North Rift and Mercy Cherop in that order.
Semi-finali ya pili kwa upande wa kinadada mita 400. Kwenye leni ya kwanza Purity Joy Chepkoech South Rift. Kwenye leni ya pili Tabitha Mongina KDF. Kwenye leni ya tatu Damaris Nduleve Police. Kwenye leni ya 4 Mercy Chebet South Rift. Kwenye leni ya 5 Veronica Mutua Police. Kwenye leni ya 6 Mercy Okech KDF. Kwenye leni ya 7 Ann Mbatha North Rift. Na kwenye leni ya 8 Mercy Cherop Kati. Tunawatakia kila la heri kwenye shindano hilo.
Watch out for Ann Mbatha, Mercy Okech, and of course Damaris Nduleve of Police. She'll be running in lane number 3. So lane number 3 and lane number 6. Ann Mbatha there.
Lakini sheria ambayo inatumika hapa ni ya chama cha riadha ulimwenguni na vile vile chama cha riadha nchini. Katika sprints hakuna false start. Kupatikana mambo yanakuwa mengine.
There we go again, the second semi-final of the 400 meters. There you go, smooth in the second semi-final, and it goes on really, really well. Remember, Nduleve was disqualified. Mercy Chebet of South Rift coming in very, very well, but then in the lead as we speak is Mercy Okech of KDF. As we predicted, she's taking that bend nicely, but then Nduleve of National Police Service closing in. It's Mercy Nduleve versus Okech. Let's see how it goes. It is now Nduleve in the lead. It's KDF versus National Police Service. Nduleve way ahead of the rest of the field, but then KDF's Masio Okech coming really. It is Okech versus Nduleve, but Nduleve will hang on there. What will be the time? 52.90. So it's Nduleve, Okech and Chebet in that order. So that's the second semi-final of the 400 meters. Shift focus to how it happened there. Masio Okech was in the lead up to 350 meters, but then Nduleve showed the endurance and resilience to beat her KDF opponent on that bend. That's where it all changed, with Nduleve coming slightly ahead, taking control of matters there on the 100-meter mark. Okech struggled there, and you could see it was National Police Service runner Mercy Nduleve. Mercy Chebet of South Rift tried coming in, but then it was Nduleve in the lead with 50 meters to go. Okech might have sensed Chebet coming in. She tried so hard to close down Nduleve, but Nduleve hung on to win this one. So it's National Police Service 1, KDF 2, and then South Rift number 3. So that's how it happened in the second semi-final. Samuel Toili in lane number 1, Rogers Ouma in lane number 2, Zablon Ekwan of KDF in lane number 3, Carlton Tauta of Southern in lane number 4, Elkana Kiprotich Chemilil in lane number 5, Laban Kipkorir in lane number 6, Gilbert Nyamao of Nyanza South in lane number 7, and Sebastian Kakaya of Southern in lane number 8. So those will be the athletes to compete in the 400 meters semi-final number 1.
Semi-finali ya kwanza upande wa wanaume. Kwenye leni ya kwanza, Samuel Toili wa Northern. Samuel Toili kwenye leni ya pili, Rogers Ouma Eastern. Kwenye leni ya tatu, Zablon Ekwan KDF. Kwenye leni ya 4, Calvin Tauta Southern. Kwenye leni ya 5, Elkana Kiprotich Nairobi. Kwenye leni ya 6, Laban Kipkorir Southern. Kwenye leni ya 7, Gilbert Nyamao Nyanza South. Na kwenye leni ya 8, Sebastian Kakaya Southern. Tunawatakia kila la heri kwenye shindano hilo.
Let's get ready for this first semi-final. Watch out for Kelvin Tauta of Southern in lane number 4, and of course Elkana Chimilil of Nairobi in lane number 5. Don't rule out Zablon Ekwan of KDF, 45.87, the fastest man in this field. And there we go, and Ekwan straight away showing the signs of what he's capable of doing. Sebastian of Kakaya taking the lead, but then watch out for this man, Zablon Ekwan of KDF. He's in very strongly and now taking the lead for the first time in this one. Calvin Tauta of Southern still showing us what he's capable of doing, but then watch out for Kakwan of KDF taking the lead and taking that bend nicely, heading toward the 100 meters mark is Ekwan of KDF, with Calvin Tauta trying to close in, but then Ekwan will hang in there. Chemilil trying to close in, but it will be Ekwan taking that home. Chemilil in second, and of course Tauta in third.
Sasa ni kwa KDF kuja kumaliza katika nafasi ya bora. Kumbuka hii ni semi-finali. Kivumbi ni kesho. Hadi tunakwenda semi-finali ya pili. Semi-finali ya pili.
Kabla semi-finali ya pili, kwa next week utapata matokeo ya walk ambayo ilifanyika asubuhi. Wa kwanza alikuwa ni bingwa wa Afrika kwa sasa, bingwa wa taifa na bingwa wa majeshi Emily Ngii. Wa pili akawa Sylvia Kemboi wa Central Rift, na watatu alikuwa huyo msichana wa Central baada kuja bila shaka Margaret Gati alikuwa katika nafasi ya tatu. Kwa hivyo matokeo kwa hivyo walifika hivyo katika finishing line. Wa kwanza Emily Ngii, wa pili Emily Ngii wa majeshi, Sylvia Kemboi wa Central Rift na Margaret Gati wa Central Rift.
Basi mambo yanazidi kupanda, pressure inazidi kupanda. Kumbuka sasa kila moja anawania kuingia finali ya kesho. Kwa hivyo ni kupambana. Discuss ile uwanjani inaendelea. Discuss inaendelea vizuri kabisa.
For the second semi-final, we have Kunwar Liem of ART, qualified in a time of 48.35. Evans Kosgei of Western, 48.09. Brian Tinega of Police, 46.45. Emmanuel Mutua of South Rift, 46.53. David Sayanek Kapirante of Prisons, 46.33. Kennedy Kimeo of KDF, 46.17. Eric Kimathi of Police, 47.29. And Nathaniel Kipngetich of Prisons, 47.04. That is the second semi-final of the 400 meters. Remember, in the men's category, there are 3 semi-finals. So this is the second of the 3.
Bila shaka kwa sababu hii unaongoza na pointi 20 na hakika kabisa ukiibuka mshindi hapa ngine kabisa. Bila shaka sana tusingependa kusumbua kwa sasa kwa sababu unaona unahitajika na mbio karibu inaanza, kwa hivyo nakubali uende tu enda.
Asante Wangi, asante sana. Basi shindano ambalo linafuata ni mbio za mita 400 semi-final ya pili. Kwenye leni ya kwanza tunaye mwanariadha Kunwar Liem ambaye anawakilisha ART. Kwenye leni ya pili Evans Kosgei Western. Evans Kosgei Western, inua mkono bwana kama upo tujue. Kwenye leni ya tatu ni Brian Tinega Police. Kwenye leni ya 4 Emmanuel Mutua South. Kwenye leni ya 5 David Sanayek Kabirande Prisons. Kwenye leni ya 6 Kennedy Kimeu KDF. Kwenye leni ya 7 Eric Kimade Police. Na kwenye leni ya 8 Nathaniel Kipngetich Kenya Prisons. Tunawatakia kila la heri kwenye shindano.
Kunwar Liem of ART in lane number 1, Evans Kosgei of Western in lane number 2, Brian Tinega of Police in lane number 3, Emmanuel Mutua of South lane number 4, David Kapirante of Prisons in lane number 5, Kennedy Kimeo of KDF in lane number 6, Eric Kimathi of Police in lane number 7, and Nathaniel Kipngetich of Prisons in lane number 8. Results in. No. What's coming up after the 400 meters hurdle women final? The 400 meters men final, where we have the likes of Weissman Were, the fastest man in that turn, 49.89 is the time he clocked. Very interestingly, the 10,000 meters women final, where Vivian Cheriot, Edina Kibiwot, Pauline Kori Kwang, Betty Chepkemoi, Diana Wanza, Angela Nyabuto will all be competing in the 10,000 meters women final. Gear up for the second semi-final of the men 400 meters. Liam Kosgei, Tinega, Mutua, Kapirante, Kimeu, Kimathi, and Kipngetich. Smooth as we expected, and of course, watch out in lane number 4. That is Kapirante, and Kimeu also really strong, and Brian Tinega of Police. Brian Tinega of Police coming in very nicely, but then Kapirante of Prisons trying so hard to ensure that he stays afloat, but then watch out in lane number 3, that is Tinega, but then that is Kennedy Kimeu of KDF sprinting away from the rest. What will be the time? 46.22. Just beating Emmanuel Mutua of South. Kennedy Kimeu winning that one. The man from KDF, 46.22. The third semi-final of the 400 meters. In lane number 1 we'll have Collins Omai, Hilary Misiko of North Rift, Joshua Ndombi of KDF, Kelvin Kiprotich of Prisons, Jared Atuti, Nyanza South, Samuel Toili of North Rift, Alan Kipiego of Eastern, and Erastus Mbaluka of Nairobi, the third and final semi-final of the 400 meters.
Semi-finali ya tatu na ya mwisho. Semi-finali ya tatu na ya mwisho. Semi-finali ya tatu na ya mwisho. Hiyo shindano bado tunasubiri. Naweza kuona katibu wa Nairobi Kariuki anatutafuta kwa kazini. Anajaribu kuangalia nani wako kazini kwa sasa. Na tuko hapa.
I can see Collins Amai missing in, should have been running in from lane number 1, but is conspicuously missing. So we'll go to lane number 2 where we have Hilary Misiko, Joshua Ndombi in lane number 3, Kelvin Kiprotich, Jared Atuti, Samuel Toili, and Alan Kipiego of Eastern. Erastus Mbaluka will be in lane number 8. Look at the KDF. Alan Kipiego of East. On to the 150 mark, that is Mbaluka. Toili of Northeastern. This is really close. In line number 6, Samuel Toili of Eastern leading the way. Ndombi from KDF trying to come in, but then Toili will hang in there, winning in a time of 46.41. That was the last semi-final of the 400 meters. And just to give you some of the results, I know if most of you are joining us at the moment, the 100-meter semi-final results: Ferdinand Omanyala of National Police Service qualifying with the fastest time, 10.06. Robinson Motende, 10.63. Meshak Babu, 10.52. Dan Kiviasi, 10.64. Other qualifiers are Stephen Onyango of KDF, 10.49. Just finished ahead of Hesbon Ochieng of KPS, of National Police Service, National Kenya Prison Service, 10.50. Mark Kangete, Shari Dodin of the Seychelles. So this is the lineup for the final of the 100 meters men. Ferdinand Omanyala, Robinson Motende, Meshak Babu, Dan Kiviasi, Hesbon Ochieng, Stephen Onyango, Mark Kangete, and Shari Dodin of the Seychelles. Benjamin Okot did not make it through. as we gear up for the 100 meters hurdles for the women. That's the final, of course, and afterwards the 110 meters final. So we begin with the 100 meters women final in the hurdles, and then the 110 meters. As I was giving you the results from the previous rounds, of course, the men's semi-final of the 100 meters. I know if you missed it, that is the second semi-final. The first semi-final, of course, of the 100 meters. Ferdinand Omanyala, of course, coming through, and you could see how good he is. That's why he's the talk of the global athletics stories at the moment. He's the one to talk, people are talking about. Look at him in the semi-final, beating the rest of the field of the pack. That is around 3-4 meters. Robinson Motende coming in second place, or caught in third, but then Omanyala winning that one, 10.06. That distance, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, close to 5 meters. That was huge. He even couldn't wait for his brother Isaac. Isaac, of course, finishing in 10.79, the junior champion, of course, over the distance. But Ferdinand Omanyala, of course, winning that one. And he'll be joined by Motende, Meshak Babu, Dan Kiviasi, Stephen Onyango, Hesbon Ochieng, Mark Kangete, and Shari Dodin of Seychelles in the final. But we shift our focus to the 110 meters hurdle, the 100 meters hurdle final. That is the women final happening here. And I'll be handing over to Willie Wex, who's been down there, witnessed the hurdles being mounted, and of course he'll be giving us what's happening in the 100 meters hurdles.
Greg has just thrown me under the bus, but wherever you're thrown under the bus, you figure where the station is placed and how well you can come out of such a situation. Going into the 110 meter hurdles, 100 meter hurdles for women, this is the finalists. We are looking at the likes of Rebecca. From this 100-meter hurdles for women, we're looking at someone with the best time. This is Rukia Nusra from KDF, followed by Gladys Ngure from Prisons. And you see they're side by side, lanes 3 and 4. As per the start list, as we await the official commencement of their race. What you're hearing from the background is the Kenya Prisons Band. And now looking closely into your screens, you will realize that lane 1 is lacking, as I'm guessing Rebecca Juma from Western didn't manage to join us for this final. Lane 2 has Filian Nyandusi from Nyanza South. Lane 3 has Gladys Ngure from Prisons with the second best time out of the semi-finals. Lane 4 we have Rukia Nusra, who was the best time coming into these finals from KDF. Lane 5 has Veronica Chebet from Police, equally very good time of 15.08. Then lane 6 we have Diana Chebet from Police. Lane 7 Agnes Ngumbi from National Police Service. And in lane 8 we have Gloria Mbula from Southern with a time of 16.43. So let's see what people have under their heels, how fast this can disappear over hurdles. Greg, this is one of the races I was telling you yesterday. As Kenya, we can just generate talent by it. We're always running out of things to run away from. And as we go over hurdles that life is throwing at us, we can really generate some very great talent from this. The line to watch out for, the lanes to watch out for is lane 4, Rukia Nusra, and lane 3, Gladys Ngure. And here we go. Rukia Nusra is already off. And joining her there is Diana Chebet, but Rukia Nusra is totally a mile away from her competition. Whoa, and she does even better. That is a 13.88 time. Going better on her time that she said yesterday, 14.05. That's some amazing run right there by Rukia Nusra, coming from the Kenya Defense Forces. This is some great performance from her. We're so proud of what she's done. Quite impressed. Quite impressed by the time set up right there by Rukia Nusra from Kenya Defense Forces, as she's able to set, if I'm not wrong, Greg, that was a PB from her, setting a time of 13.88 in the 110-meter hurdles. Maybe slightly off on the qualifiers for she's off by a second off from the qualifiers to make it to the World Championships happening at Budapest in Hungary in August of 2022. 2023. So how well do we go about this? Recognition of Henry Rono, seasoned athlete who's done great. We're moving into. Oh, Scheiße.
Kumbuka juzi cheti ya Kenya ilichukua ushindi katika mountain rally ambayo inasimamiwa na mwenyekiti wa chama cha riadha cha Nyanza South, Bwana Peter Ngwenye. Peter Ngwenye wakonda watuweze kuona huyo ndio mwenyekiti wa chama cha riadha cha Nyanza South na pia mwenyekiti wa mountain rally hapa nchini, ambao waliibuka washindi. Yeye walikuwa hapo juzi. Benedict Nzina wa sasa. Benedict Nzina. Leni ya saba ni Samuel Idi kutoka Kati. Leni ya tano ni bingwa wa taifa. Leni ya sita ni Jason Ogenga wa Nyanza South. Leni ya tano ni bingwa taifa, kijana ambaye ametuwakilisha nje kwa michezo mbalimbali, relays, White Warrior kutoka majeshi. Lini ya nne ni namba mbili wake kutoka majeshi Michael Musoka. Lini ya tatu ni bingwa taifa zamani William Baby pia kutoka majeshi. Lini ya pili ni Sami Rukut wa Magereza, na lini ya kwanza ni Laban Kipchirchir kutoka Central League. Fainali mita 110 kuruka vianzi. We're still doing our further touches to the handles, make sure that everything is as far. So check it. anakuja nzuri kabisa. Wore Usioka Dosi, Wore Usioka Dosi, Wore Usioka Dosi. Sekitar 10 bahasa bukan 10 saja.
You can just look at the replay and how well Weissman going over, using his right foot, going over the hurdles, and Mbevi, his compatriot from KDF, moving with the same stance, and this was some great running by the 110-meter hurdles men as we prepare for the women's 10,000-meter final. Women's 10,000-meter final.
Asante sana Patrick. Baadaye tutatafuta ili tuweze kuendelea na wewe zaidi, lakini mpaka sasa rekodi yako imesimama ya dakika sekunde 13.68. Na ulifunga kule Christian New Zealand 1974. Tuakutakia tuone bado uko very strong, na ninaambia kwamba Henry pia yuko hapa. Tungependa pia aweze kuja watu wasikie sauti yake. Asante sana. Na pia West atakuwa ulikuwa na yeye na 1974. Wacha tuone mbio za mita 10,000 na baadaye tutarudi kwenda.
And we're just about to start off another gruesome race, which is the women's 10,000 meter final. And someone to note in that list is that we have the Ian Pocket Rocket, Vivian Cheruiyot representing North Rift. Women's 10,000 meter final. Women's 10,000 meter final.
12,000 meters for women just started. 25 laps. One of the heads of Kenyan tanks. Trailing behind, Pauline Rukwam. If you can only call 2007 in Mombasa.
It's still all KGs going into fast 300 meters being covered. They're all clogged up together. I'm not surprised. I'm not expecting anyone to try and pull a surge yet.
National record holder. Remember, the Ethiopians and Kenyans being perennial rivals in this particular event. But today, in the national championship, we are witnessing 18 athletes taking part in the 10,000 meters. Remember, this is where we are going to pick those who will go for the trials for the World Championship. Ruth Chepngetich, she's also there. Remember Ruth Chepngetich? As the second fastest time after Bridget in the marathon. And now she's running the 10,000. Remember, she won the national cross country. So this is a very, very, very rich team. We have a very rich contingent here. All eyes are now Ruth Chepngetich. Catherine will lead.
This is the 10,000 meters women final. 2 laps gone, and you can see nothing much separates these athletes. Everyone is talking about Ruth Chepngetich, the national champion. Pauline Korikwang, a very, very experienced runner here, showing us that she still has what it takes. Remember, Ruth Chepngetich is the defending champion over the distance. 25 laps of this one. Still a long way to go. Just to take you through some of the results. Of course, Ferdinand Omanyala already qualified for the final of the 100 meters, but in the 110 meters, Weissman Were won the final, so he is the national champion over the distance. He'll also be taking part in the 400 meters hurdles. In the high jump men final, Asbel Kemboi of KDF, a distance of 2.12 meters. Vincent Kipkoech of KDF, 2 meters. Samuel Masharia of KDF, 2 meters. Moses Ronoff of Police took a jump of 1.95 meters. In the high jump women final, Zedi Chesire of KDF won. Actually, it was a tie between Zedi Chesire of KDF and Faith Chepkemoi. 1.75 is the height they jumped. 1.75. And then in the long jump men final, Isaac Kimunu of KATTI, 7.67, followed by Faith Chepkemoi, Edwin Toh of Prisons, who is also doing the decathlon. And then Isaac Kirwa Yego of Police, 7.57, with a wind assist of 0.9. Dominic Bitok, Kibitok of Prisons was in 4th position, and Bernard Bismarck-Soy of KDF in position number 5. In the long jump women final, Maximilia Imali of Police emerged the winner, jumping a distance of 6.44 meters. Zedi Chesire of KDF, 6.23, and Faith Chepkemoi of KDF, 6.0 meters. In the hammer throw, Dominic Abunda of KDF, 53.91 is the distance he threw the hammer. Remy Monyancha of Police, 51.02, and number 3 was Boaz Monyancha, should be brothers here, of Nairobi, 48.98. In the hammer throw women final, Roslyn Rakamba of Police, 55.59. Lucy Omondi, KDF, 51.02. And Nancy Kanini of Police, 48.19. There are also some semi-finals yesterday. We're starting with the 5,000 men semi-final number 1, where Robert Kiprop of Police won in a time of 30 minutes 41.71 seconds, followed by Matthew Kiprotich of Northeastern, 13.52. And in the second semi-final, Daniel Simiu Ebenyo of Police, 13.3296, followed by Brian Kipto of KDF, 13.34. So those are some of the results as we watch the 10,000 meters final already underway, with defending champion in the mix. Remember, she's the clear favorite to win this one, but she's also facing stiff competition from South Rift, where Naomi Cherotich and Sentrin Waswa are also in that lineup. So we're back to the 10,000 meters. Leading then to stay behind. So it's Ruth Chepngetich of KD of Prisons and Purity Komen in that leading pack. Also watch out for Edina Kibiwot and Agnes Nyabuto. But that's Chepngetich and Purity Komen still leading the rest of the pack. Ruth Nundu of Southern also in that leading pack, alongside Emily Chebet Kipchumba. This is the 10,000 meters final. Ruth Chepngetich still leading alongside Purity Komen, and you can feel the pace slowly getting faster. Catherine Relin of North Rift also in that leading pack, but it's Ruth currently controlling matters. There were talks of Vivian Cheruiyot taking part in this one, but her focus, of course, has shifted to the marathon. She's already won each and every available medal running the 10,000 and the 5,000 meters in her glittering career. Now, screens heading the rest of the field. Purity Komen falling to third place. Emily Chebet of South Rift currently occupying the second position. But that's Purity trying to close on Ruth Chepngetich. But Emily from South Rift sandwiching the two.
studio. Kule mbele sasa ningali Ruth. Mtichi mbele anaongoza. Sasa Dennis Jabet, Catherine Willy. Kumbuka Ruth anawakilisha idara ya magereza. Sasa Dennis anawakilisha idara ya polisi. Wakati Willy anawakilisha North yuko pia kama hizi wa Kenya. Yuko pia Paul Kurkwa. Na dada pia wa South. Yuko pia Emily Chebet na yuko pia Emily Chebet Mbuge yuko pia pale. Sasa shindano inaanza kunoka sasa. Mita 10,000 kama vile nilikuwa nimeondokezeni kwamba shindano hili wale ambao leo watashinda katika mashindano haya bila shaka wataalikwa katika yale mashindano ya timu ya Kenya mnamo tarehe 14 na 15.
So Chepngetich still in the lead as the pace begins to get faster, and you can feel it's not going to be easy as we head into the latter stages halfway through this one, and you can feel Ruth Chepngetich looks very energetic. Purity Komen also not letting this one go. She's hanging in there. She knows that she has a chance against the national champion. Remember, it out during the national trials for the World Championships to be held in Budapest, Hungary. That is Ruth Chepngetich on your screens. And then in the second place is Catherine Relin of North Rift. Winners from this event, of course, will get a chance to try out during the national trials for the national championships.
We have 3 athletes from the KDF.
Basi mwenzangu, ukiniruhusu tu kwa dakika moja, niko na official results za pole vault. Official results za pole vault. Nafasi ya 4 alikuwa Jacinta Pideo kutoka Southern, ambaye aliweza kuruka umbali wa mita 2 na sentimita 50. Nafasi ya 3 alikuwa Catherine Mwenda wa KDF, ambaye pia aliweza kuruka umbali wa mita 2 na sentimita 50. Nafasi ya 2 alikuwa Winnie Lagat wa polisi.
One interesting fact is that in the 10,000 meters, you're allowed to hydrate yourself just like in the marathon. I was talking to a friend of mine who told me in football we have water breaks, but in athletics there are water points where athletes can actually pick water and hydrate themselves. So that's the difference. No stopping, just pick your water and continue running. So this is what is happening here. We've seen a couple of athletes take water because running 10 kilometers is not an easy task. So this is what is happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. We have water points where these athletes can pick their water as they continue with the race. 18 minutes gone. Still looking very, very tight. Catherine in the lead at the moment. Ruth in second place, and of course Purity Komen in third. Now it's down to 6. We can see the field already separated. You can feel that right now the boys have been now the ladies have been separated from the girls. You know, we are used to saying the boys being separated from the men. It's not really what's happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. So this is the annual National Athletics Championships happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. It's also acting as the trials for the Africa Games to be held in Accra, Ghana. For your information, this one acts as we'll see some of these athletes in Lausanne during the Atletissima Lausanne Diamond League. Thereafter, they'll go to Bauhaus Galan Diamond League in Stockholm, Sweden. We'll be back here for the trials for the Commonwealth Youth Games that will be happening on the 7th and 8th of July. Before we head to Nandi for the Rediscover Nandi Road Race that will be happening in Kapsabet. Trials for the World Athletics Championships will be here on Friday. The trials for the World Athletics Championships will be here on Friday, July the 14th. Then we'll have the Camila Skolimowska Memorial before having the second Athletics Kenya Masters Cross Country Championships to be held in Kericho Technical Training College. But on 14th we have the trials for the national for the World Athletics Championships. So this is the 10,000 meters. Catherine still in the lead, Ruth in second place, and Purity Komen in third.
She was in the 1500 meters and she got a bronze. She was in the 5,000, she got a gold. She was in 5,000 a gold and 10,000 a gold. So this time round, she also said she would do the same the World Championship. And remember, we saw the other day in England, she was from Netherlands. She did 29. She was also a Kenyan. Of course, Nyayo also did 29. Now we're witnessing here the 10,000 meters. We have 8 laps to go now. Kudebele, Catherine Relin, Nodri, Ruche Matin Prison. We have KDM Tamais. We have KDM also, Pauline Kurkon. That is the team we have so far in that. We also sent the heads of National Police Service. Now we have a team of course,
it's 5. It's now 6. With Catherine of North Rift leading the way. Ruth and Purity Komen in second place. And now you can feel that it's getting closer. And it's also interesting to see Pauline Korikwang, the experienced runner, in the mix. She's also in the leading pack. A little bit of pushing and shoving hit there, but then nothing changes in terms of who leads the way. I can see Ruth Chepngetich having her water at the water point, just rehydrating as they head into this lap. 7 laps to go. 7 laps to go. Catherine still in the lead, looking over her shoulder to see where Purity is. Ruth Korikwang also there. It's now down to 5.
Please tell us, what can you tell Kenyans about what you're witnessing right now?
Kiukweli mambo mazuri kabisa, tunafurahia kuwa hapa leo katika uwanja wa taifa wa Nyayo. Ni mashindano ya kitaifa ya riadha na mashindano ambayo kiukweli yanaonyesha ushindani mkubwa kabisa. Hapa labda wasika kuna mashindano mrefu kule Budapest, Hungary. Leo hii TV tuko live kutoka Nyayo saa 6 hadi saa 7 kata ubali.
Tutakataa kwa kusema karibuni sana. Joshua Makori, uangalie karibuni kwenye shindano la mbio za mita 10,000 upande wa Canada. Je, waona au the medal bracket in a way?
6 laps to go. It's now a battle between Prisons, North Rift and KDF. KDF, all the 3 KDF runners in the first lot. I'm talking about Irene Kamais, Purity Korkwang, and of course Purity Komen. Pauline Korikwang and Purity Komen, of course. Purity Komen in second place. Actually, she's now taken the lead ahead of Purity, ahead of Pauline Korikwang, of course, and Ruth Chepngetich. So it is Purity Komen, Irene Kamakis, and Ruth Chepngetich. So Catherine Relin, born on 10th of May 2002, leading the way there. She seems not to be letting this one go. Is she setting the pace? What happens here? In second, Ruth Chepngetich falling way back. Is it tactical, or she's just decided to let the 3 KDF runners lead the way? So it's Catherine, Irene Kamais, and then Pauline Korikwang in that order. The national champion currently in 5th place, but Catherine Relin, her long strides showing that she's still in full control of this race, just as Catherine's trying to stretch the rest of the field. As it now goes, Ruth Chepngetich now in 4th place, Pauline Korikwang and Purity Komen in 2nd and 3rd places respectively. Irene Kamais in 2nd place, Catherine Relin in 1st, Ruth Chepngetich in 4th place, Purity Komen in 3rd, Pauline Korikwang falling farther back in 5th. Will she hang on there? Deciding to take matters into her own hands. Purity Korikwang now in 3rd place, Purity Komen in 4th, and Ruth Chepngetich in 5th place. But Catherine and Kamais still leading the way.
And of course, we are seeing representing the National Police and National Prison Service. Catherine Relin now, still taking the lead. Remember, she's an household on the road. Today, now she's on the track. They use the road of the Cherangani Hills. Now today,
Catherine Relin stretching the way. It seems that she's decided to go all the way, and Kamai is in 2nd place.
Now coming for 2 laps to go now. 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. The national champion, Ruth Chepngetich, in 4th place currently, just ahead of Cory Kwang and, of course, Purity Komen. But right now, the gears have shifted. It's KDF in the lead right now. It's Kamais in the lead. Catherine Relin in 2nd place. She's falling way back. Ruth Chepngetich hasn't really shown that she wants to make it, rather win this one. And she's now in 3rd. But the lead is way too much for her. I don't know if she'll produce something magic, rather something special to catch up with Kamais and Relin. But right now it's Relin. 1 lap to go. Catherine Relin in 2nd place, but Kamais really strong heading into the last lap. Ruth Chepngetich still held up there in the 2nd lot. And as they go to the bell, it is Kamais, Catherine Relin. And now it's a battle between Ruth Chepngetich, Purity Komen and Pauline Cory Kwang for the 3rd place. But Kamais stretching her lead there. Will she be the national champion? Will she finally be the national champion? Ruth, it's Kamais from KDF. Catherine Relin of North Rift currently occupying the 2nd place. Purity in 3rd place. Pauline Cory Kwang in 4th, and Purity Komen has fallen further back as she heads to the home stretch. That is Kamais. Nobody expected this, but she's shown that she has the resilience. But look out for Relin coming from behind, the lady from the North Rift. But then Kamais hangs on there. She is the national champion over the 10,000 meters in 31.56 minutes. Now we can declare the former national champion Ruth. She comes in 3rd in 32 minutes 14 seconds. It's been a very amazing race. Well timed by Kamais, Irene Kamais of KDF. She's now the national champion over the 10,000 meters.
Gold has gone to Kenya Defense Forces. Silver has gone to Nordic, and bronze has gone to British Service. Maniki.
Asante sana Kiren, asante sana kwa hiyo ripoti ambayo imekuwa nzuri kabisa. Kwa sasa tunasubiri shindano la mita 400 kuruka viunzi kwa upande wa kinadada, ikiwa ni shindano la fainali. Tayari tumeona mita 10,000, nafasi ya kwanza imeenda kwa timu ya majeshi, nafasi ya pili Northern Rift, nafasi ya 3 timu ya Magereza. Kwa hivyo mambo ndio hivyo, watu wanagawana medali hapa, na naona mwenzangu Kirena amekuwa na tabasamu, manake anatoka sehemu hizo za North Rift, South Rift, Central Rift, anatoka kule. Hiyo ni yote ni bonde la ufa. Kwa hivyo mambo ndio hivyo. Mwanzo unaweza kuendelea kama una jambo.
Bila shaka mwenzangu, na kupata kwa njia iliyo safi kabisa. basi mmeweza kujionea wenyewe mambo yanavyoendelea. Kumbuka mashindano ya riadha ya taifa leo ni siku ya pili na mambo ya fainali yameanza. Kwa hivyo watu wameanza kutoa vitabu, wale team managers kupiga hesabu. Hapo nimepata dhahabu moja, kwa field events nimepata dhahabu 3, kwa hiyo fulani nimepata dhahabu. Basi mambo ndio hivyo. Kujua uamuzi ni dhahabu, nambari ya dhahabu. Yes, atakayekuwa na dhahabu mingi. Wakitoka draw kwa dhahabu, tunaelekea kwa silver, ukipenda nishani za fedha. Basi mambo ndio hivyo. Tunaendelea vizuri kabisa siku ya pili ya mashindano ya riadha ya taifa mwaka wa 2023 hapa katika uwanja huu wa taifa wa Nyayo. Subiri shindano.
now jumping ship into the 400-meter hurdles. Starting off with the women's final.
Basi wageni wetu wa heshima, shindano ambalo liko tayari ni shindano la mita 400 kuruka viunzi kwa upande wa kina dada. Kwenye fainali ya mita 400 kuruka viunzi, leni ya kwanza tunaye mwanariadha Fabian Atieno.
And as per the startup,
Gloria Mbula, Southern. Leni ya tatu Agnes Ngumbi, National Police Service. Leni ya nne
in lane 3, we have Gladys Ngure, one of the best times. Lane 5, we have Florence Akinyi from KDF, with also one of the best times. And then lane 6, Rahab Johnson from Eastern with a time of 59.77. And then lane 7, Diana Chebet, who has the best time coming into this final at 59.59. And Dorothy Gaki from KWS in lane number 8. Watch out for lanes number 6 and 7, Rahab Johnson and Diana Chebet. As you await his timing, we can just a quick recap on lane 1. We have Flavia Atieno from Nyanza North, Gloria Mbula from South End, Agnes Ngumbi in lane 3 from Police, lane 4 Gladys Gure from Prisons, lane 5 Florence Akinyi from KDF, lane 6 has Rahab Johnson from Eastern, lane 7 we have Diana Chebet from Police, and last but not least we have Dorothy Gaki from KWS. About to get underway. As stated, watch out for lanes on number 6, Rahab Johnson of Eastern, and lane number 7, Dan Chebet of Police. And off we go. And you can see Chebet is already pushing. A very good run, and Rahab Johnson Chebet and Johnson, just as predicted, they are the ones are pushing, and Chebet, and then Gure coming in for Prisons. Chebet, Diana Chebet 9.01. As stated and as anticipated, Diana Chebet beats her best time by going 59.01. Way better than her time she had set in the semi-final of 59.59. Rahab Johnson with an equally good time. And now we take a twist and move it to the men's 400-meter hurdles. Men's 400-meter hurdles. As we go into the 400-meter men's final hurdles, we have lane 1 has Amos Rono, lane 2 Meshak Baraka, lane 3 Edward Ngunjiri, lane 4 Wiseman Were, lane 5 Kip Korir Rotich, lane 6 Kiplimo Kesio, lane 7 William Bevy, and in lane 8 Newton Kipngetich. If you're joining us, this is the second day of the Athletics Kenya National Championships, and the lanes to watch out for, first and foremost, is you need to watch out for Wiseman Were lane 4 and Kipkorir Rotich lane 5. So watch out for lanes 4 and 5.
Wanariadha 8 wote wa lugha ya Kibongo full house wanashiriki katika shindano hili.
And we're off as everyone sets on the blocks. Lanes 4, 5, also watch out for lanes 3 and lane 6, 7. But most importantly, 4 and 5, Weissman Were, national champion. And here we go, a very good start. Forget it doubles up. Oh, very clean. Over Weissman. Weissman is truly wise. But also, I'm impressed by Edward Ngujiri also pushing. Ngujiri is also pushing, but Weissman Were miles ahead. This is a class performance. It's unprecedented. Weissman Were looking at how well he can make the time. 48.5. 48.5. Weissman Were. Weissman Were with a time of 48.5 has made the World Championship time. This is the second day of the National Athletics Championships. Fantastic run by Weissman Were. Weissman Were just booked his ticket to Budapest, Hungary, and this was something else. And you can hear the crowd cheering. It was a fantastic run, and he had it in him from the first hurdle. Lean, look into it, and you can just look at the replay on how majestic he was going into the second last hurdle. Over with very good stance on his right and going into the final hurdle. Great run, a great composure by Weissman Were, going all the way into competing and finishing top and making the time into the World Championships. And I believe, Greg, with just some good coaching here, conditioning by Geoffrey Kimani, he should be in a good setting going into the 400-meter hurdles hits at the World Championships. Greg?
This is a boy on the rise. You can see his star has just been shining all along. Look at how his season started. He's raced in South Africa, he's gone to Morocco, he's come back to the country, and he's shown that he's capable of breaking the barrier, ensuring that he takes these hurdles to the next level. And you look at how confident he was when he took on the rest of the field. We were like, wow, this is the kind of person who can actually shift that balance, as we've always talked about Omanyala. Now we are talking about a 400-meter hurdler. This has been impressive. Of course, we've had a champion over the distance, the late bet. But then Weissman Were making sure that the tradition continues. Can he do that, replicate that, if at all is selected to represent the country during the World Championships in Budapest? It's something we yet to know, because there are so many factors that will be considered. But what I can assure you right now, Weissman Were will be back on 14th of July for the trials to see if he can make it to the team to Budapest. But at the moment, he's shown that he is capable of breaking that time, making sure, lowering even the time, even because he knows he has now like 3 weeks to prepare again for the national trials. He can do it, and he's shown that he's really capable of doing. But now the question is, who can match him?
Still a clear gap between him and the rest of the group. I'm grateful that he is able to showcase his prowess as we turn our attention into the 200 meters. We turn our attention to the 200 meters. Let's enjoy let's let the viewers enjoy some of the music coming from the Kenya Prisons Band.
Asante sana Prisons, thank you very much Prisons Band, all the way from PSTC, or United Prison Staff Training College, Nyayo, and the Chief Inspector Bogwa, 2IC Inspector Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, we just about to start the final of 200 meters women. In this event, lane 1.
That is in the first semi-final of the 200 meters. That's
lane 8, John Cherono, National Police.
Delisha Etiang of KDF in lane number 8. Ya nani Alan? Yang kita apa?
On YouTube.
For the first semi-final of the 200 meters women. In lane number 1 we'll have Edna Mugendi of Prisons. In lane number 2, Yvonne Mwangala of Western. Caroline Mwende. In lane number 3, Lucia Morris. That's Linda Kageha. Jacinta Nyamuhange of Uganda. That's Damaris Duleve of National Police Service. Lucia Morris, South Sudan. And that's Yvonne Mwangala and Ogendi of Prisons. They're ready for the first semi-final of the 200 meters. Watch out for Nyamuhange in lane number 6 and Duleve in lane number 5. The two stars, Uganda and Kenya, and of course Duleve representing National Police Service. So, who's making it to the final? Kageha in lane number 7, Nyamuhange in lane number 6, and Duleve in lane number 5. And there you go smoothly, and you can straightly see Nyamuhange off the blocks swiftly, and she's coming out of the blocks nicely, taking the 150 bend. Nyamuhange versus Duleve, as we predicted. Nyamuhange cruising in that one, but Duleve of National Police Service coming in strongly, and this is going to be neck to neck, but Duleve takes it home in a time 23.74. Nyamuhange closing by. So it's Police 1, Uganda 2.
Jacinth Nyamahunge wa Uganda. Ida Kageha wa timu ya Nairobi. Mwende wa majeshi. Alafu Lucia Williams Morris, jina mzito, South Sudan. Sekunde 23.74. Haya, tuende sasa kwa kina Kidaki.
And you could feel Nyamuhange was in cruise control on that bend, but then Nduleve, whom we've seen doing wonders in the previous round, took control of it. After just that bend, with Nyamuhange still in the lead, Nduleve accelerated, and of course you could feel that this was either going to the National Police Service or the Uganda way, and that is how it happened, with Nduleve coming home. Look at that, it was really close towards the last 20 meters, and then the acceleration from the National Police Service. Nduleve ensured that she just about edged Jacinta Nyamuhange of Uganda to clinch the first place and ultimately qualify for the finals of the 200 meters. So we're down to the second semi-final. Joan Cherono will be running from lane number 8. Still trying to see if she's here. In lane number 7 we have Millicent Ndoro of Police, Bongigwe Mahlela of Eswatini, and that on your screens is Millicent Ndoro, and the lady from Eswatini, Bongigwe Mahlela.
Kutoka Estwani, from Estwani,
Estambagari will be running in lane number 5. Leah Chesebe of Central. And that is Lois Morara. The youngster Sharon Mora and Grace Kidake of Eastern. So that's the lineup for the second and last semi-final of the 200 meters. Remember, afterwards we have the 200 meters semi-final. 3 hits on that one. As we gear up for the last semi-final of the 200 meters. Missing is Joan Cherono of Police, but Grace Kidake, Sharon Mora, Luis Morara, Leah Chesebe, Estambagari, Bongigwe Mahlela, 24.16 coming into this one, and Millicent Ndoro of National Police Service. She'll be running in lane number 7. So watch out for Ndoro. Also watch out for Estambagari, and of course from Eswatini we have Bongigwe Mahlela. And off the blocks they come out very smoothly, taking up the bend, but watch out for Estambagari of Prisons. She's already taken the lead. That is Estambagari, but then watch out for Millicent Ndoro of National Police Service. Police versus Prisons. This is going to be very tight. Eswatini's Mahlela in third, but it will be National Police Service. Estambagari winning. Millicent Ndoro comes in second, and Bongigwe Mahlela finishes third.
Eswatini, Bongigwe Mahlela. Yes, Bongigwe Mahlela from Eswatini. Karibu Kenya. And Naangalia Grace yake pia naona amerejea. Mambo sasa.
That one, you could see that Mbagari was in cruise control. Many have been talking about this lady. Will she be the next thing in the sprints? Look at her. You can't also forget Mahlela trying out for the first time on Kenyan soil. But then Mbagari was too strong for Millicent Ndoro. Just cruising through 23.54 to win that one. And that's how it went. I'm told there's another semi-final. Not in my lineup, but it is, I believe it should be the last of the semi-final in the 200 meters. So get ready for the third semi-final. The 200 meters.
Kumbuka kama ambavyo nilivyofahamisha ni kwamba mashindano ni 7, wanafanya mashindano 8 leo, kesho 3, alafu tunaangalia uzito wa points ama zile alama kuweza kubashiri mshindi ama kujua mshindi, nishani ya dhahabu, nishani ya fedha na ya shaba. Huyo ni mweka hazina. Basi wenzetu kwa kutoka kamati ya walemavu, tuko naye coach hapa Jimsoni wakiwa na Leila ambayo Leila ameweka hazina wa chama cha riadha cha Paralympics, alafu James Makerere mshindi wa nishani ya sasa, mshindi wa javelin. Watu wa mshiriki wa javelin wakiwa na kocha Michael Rodi pamoja na kuweka hazina mwenye pesa katika chama cha riadha cha walemavu. Bila shaka hapa wanakuwa Tunakuja sasa kwa nusu fainali ya wanaume mita 200. Ligi ya 8 ni Benson Lekishano wa South. Ligi ya 7 ni Dennis Kiprono wa Central Creek. Ligi ya 6 ni Samuel Chege wa Majeshi. Ligi ya 5 ni Jonathan Wambua kutoka Southern.
And we have the men's semi-final one. And you will see lane number 4 has Robin Wanjala from Kenya Police. Simon Rigao of Eastern in lane number 3. Ryan Mwakisha in lane 2 and Jared Kip. But just a wrap up is that we have Benson Lekishon in lane 8. Dennis Kiprono in lane 7, Samuel Chege in lane 6, Jonathan Wambua in lane 5, Robin Wanjala in lane 4, and Simani Rigao in lane 3. A guy to watch out for is Samuel Chege. That's lane number 6 from the Kenya Defence Forces. Greg, what's the qualifying time for 200 meters to make it to the in Budapest? What time are we looking at for a 200-meter runner? For men, you need to hit a 20.16. 20.16. Samuel Chege really has to go into his reserves, especially in the second half of this race, and produce some magic just the same way we've seen Weissman Were earn his ticket to the World Athletics Championships happening in Budapest, Hungary, later on in August 2023. In a nutshell, Greg, this is the same athletes who will meet up here for the qualifiers. More so. We wait. And we are off. I stated, watch out for lane number 6, Samuel Chege. But it's a close one right now. Sammy still has it. Dennis Kiprono by his side on one side, and Jonathan Wambua. It's a very slow one, but don't forget this is a semi-final. You can push yourself, but like for me, what I'd see it is that I'd rather earn my ticket in a semi. If I'm not able to push myself in the final, I have my ticket locked in somewhere.
Nusu finali ya pili.
Chege has an opportunity to have a hold of his able to have family by their side whenever they get opportunities. Don't forget, these are people who go for long stretches out of town. Starting off from the 8th lane, we have Brian Mudara from Central, and we have Kiviasi Dane Asamba. Then Still also from Prisons in the lane is Pius Muir. Then Tial Deng, Sudan, or time of 21.57 is equally not to be ignored. Avin comes in from Western in lane number 2. Watch out for Alan Gobi, Stephen Oluoch, and Asamba Dan Kiviesi. So that gives you lane 567 or 765. This is the second semi-final. So I've noted that in lane 2, Alvin Inyangu was not present. So we have Kennedy, Semi, Pius, Asamba, Stephen, Allen, and Brown Mudara. As I stated earlier, watch out for lanes 5, 6, 7, most notably Alan Gobi of Uganda. So it's Asamba, Stephen Oluoch, Alan Gobi. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. And here we go. They've done the turn, and Asamba Dan Kiviasi has Kiviasi with a very good run. All they needed was just to make the final. Kiviasi and Alan Gobi had a very good run. At a time of 20.92, Asamba now moves his personal time that he had in the semifinals of 21.48 to 20.92. I can imagine the final where he'll be right next to Alan Gobi, as they had a cushion of Stephen Oluoch in between the two of them. We go into the third semi-final.
Hello? Hello? Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And everyone is going to the blocks. Don't forget, watch out for lanes. Number 5, which has Boniface Moresa, the national champion. And here we go. And true to it, Boniface Moresa has already taken a very good leap and taking into the turn. Whoa. He has a very good pickup. Let's see how he crosses it. 20.85. That's a very good run. 20.85.
Basi ni mita 800 na sina budi ila kumpisha wenzangu kutoka bonde la ufa Boniface Mwalimu Chine.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. The 1500 meters finalist, men, 1500 meters finalist. Ronald Chikori, Nairobi. Charles Simoto, KDF. Elijah Manangoi, National Police Service.
And that's the first semi-final of the 800 meters women. In lane number 1 we have Venice Kerubo, Sarah Mura of Coast of Central, Penina Mutisia, Vivian Chebet of KDF, Gloria Chepchumba of Police, Sylvia Chemutai of Prisons, Sheila Jep Kosgei Beli of Nairobi and Janet Jep Kemoi North Rift qualified in a time of 2 minutes 10.98 seconds. So watch out of Penina Mutisia, bib number 726 representing South Rift, 2 minutes 3.44 seconds. So that's the first lineup of the women's 800 meters.
Basi ningependa pia kuwatangazia kuwepo kwake Senior Assistant Commissioner General Prisons Bwana Nicholas Maswai ambaye ndiye chairman wa Athletics Kenya Prisons. Welcome sir.
That on your screens, Janet Jep Kemoi representing North Rift. That's Sheila Jep Kosgei. And it's a two-lap race that promises fireworks. Remember, we have the fastest lady over the distance this year, Mary Mora. She'll be running in semi-final number 2. But for this one, watch out for Penina Mutisia of South Rift. She's coming in from the South Rift in lane number 3. And there we go, the start of the 800 meters.
Semi-final.
In the red bib is Penina Mutisia. She's a favorite, qualified with the fastest time coming into this one. But as they take the inside lane, Gloria Chepchumba of Police taking an early lead there.
Which will be held in Budapest, Hungary.
Vivian Chebet currently in second place as they take that bend. 300 meters heading to the one. Penina Mutisia, who ran a very beautiful race, very tactical on day one, now takes the lead. Penina Mutisia of South Rift, as expected, takes the bell in first position, just ahead of Vivian Chebet of KDF. She looks to be in very good shape, Penina Mutisia, very confident, this 800-meter runner from the South Rift. And you can see she's still in cruise control of this one. 200 meters to go. It's Penina Mutisia and Vivian Chebet in that order. Sylvia Chemutai of Prisons coming in. She's currently in fourth. Gloria Chepchumba in third, but Penina Mutisia hanging there, taking that bend, heading to the home stretch. Mutisia still hanging there, but look at Chebet. She looks strong, but Mutisia, it is Mutisia versus Chebet. But Mutisia will win this one sluggishly, but crossing over in a time of 2 minutes 1.38 seconds.
That is the 800 meters semi-final one. Go.
As you can see, that's how it went down. It was a battle between KDF and South Rift, and just about Penina Mutisia just about beating Vivian Chebet on the tape to win that one, and we are now heading into the second semi-final.
Leni ya 5 Masi Kibiego Central Ring. Leni ya 6 Gloria Chepchumba Police. Leni ya 5 Leni ya 6 Mary Mora.
Winnie Longoch in lane number 1. Penina Lokure Nakang of ART in lane number 2. Judy Kemunto, Vivian Chebet, Masi Kipiego, Gloria Kipchumba, Mary Mora, the national champion, Naomi Korir and Dorcas Isoe. So that's Mary Mora on your screens, the national champion over the 800 meters, trying out, and also she wants to defend her title. She's an Olympian and of course has posted the world lead this year over the 800 meters. So what can she produce here? So this is going to be yet another day where we see one of the global stars trying out at the National Athletics Championships. And there you go, the second semi-final of this one.
Mary Mora.
Watch out for Mary Mora and of course Naomi Korir of National Prison Service.
The Commonwealth champion, the world champion, gold medalist.
That is Mary Mora easing through
600 meters to go now.
as they head towards the 300 meter mark. She looks very confident. Naomi Korir of Prisons in second place. Watch out for Judy Kemunto of South Rift, currently in fourth place. But it's Mora and Masi Kipiego of Central Rift heading to the bell. Crossing that in 1 minute. 400 meters to go. Mary Mora still in cruise control of this one. Naomi Korir in second place. Masi Kipiego of Central Rift in third. Judy Kemunto of South Rift now in second place. But Mary Mora still leading as you head towards the last 200 meters. It is Mary Mora, Kemunto and Chebet.
Mora now taking the lead. Remember, she's the national champion in the same event. Mora now taking the lead. 150 meters to go now. Now, facing the home stretch.
It is Mora versus Kemunto. Naomi Korir of Prisons in second place. It's Chebet. Kemunto trying to catch up with Mary Mora, but Mary Mora looks really strong, easing through that round. 2 minutes 6.96 seconds.
Once again, we are announcing the competitor for the relay, 400 meters. Please proceed to the call room. 400 meters. Competitors for the 400 meters relay, please proceed to the call room now.
Basi tukiwa bado tunaendelea na ratiba yetu, kuna wale makocha ambao walitajwa kusimamia.
That's how it went down. Mary Mora never looked under pressure whatsoever, and she knew that she had matters in control. When Naomi Korir tried closing by, Mora looked over her shoulder and saw that there was no way Naomi Korir was going to beat her in her own game. And Mary Mora went on to win this one in a time of 2 minutes 6.93 seconds. So Naomi Korir came in second, but that's Mary Mora easing through to win the second semi-final of the women 800 meters. And I'll hand you over to Willie Wex for the men's 800 meters semi-finals.
Led 5, Esther Bagari, Kenya Prisons. Led 6, Isendoro, National Police Service. Led 7, Damaris Nduleve, National Police Service. And led 8, Jacinta Nyamuhange from Uganda. Hao ndio wamefuzu kwa finali ya mita 200 kwa upande wa kina dada.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Semi-final 1 for the 800 meters men.
We're going to the 800 meter semi-final 1. Lane 1 has Jeremiah Mutai. Lane 2, Edward Kemboi. 3, Kelvin Lotti. 4, Cornelius Tuwe. 5, McDonald Kipruto. 6, Elias Ngeni Kipulimo. Lane 7, Leni Koitikash. And lane 8 we have the man, Cheriot Kirui. Lanes to watch for is McDonald Kipruto, lane 5, and Elias Nyenyi Kiplimo. And off we go.
Remember, when the defending champion for this particular event, we defended in Oregon, where Manuel Kurin won a gold for Kenya.
Kenya is the defending champions of the 800 meters.
Is the defending champion, Manuel Kurin. Also, the sensational kid on the new kid on the block, why not me? Nothing about safety in this particular event. Perhaps they are waiting for the crowd.
As of now, Cornelius Tuwe. Is on the lead. But then, when you hit the bell is when the determination on who really wants it more gets it. But like from what we've seen, I'm expecting Tuwe to try and hold off his competition because all of them had a good time of 147. It was more on the millisecond on what everyone else was getting. So let's see how they proceed with this one. Cornelius Tuwe still on the lead. So for
200 meters to go. Name, KDF, South
this is Tuwe then Mutai. With the last 100 meters, is Tuwe able to hold off his competition? Let's not forget, this is a semi-final. I'm guessing the first two have an automatic qualification. Oh, fantastic from Elias Nyenyi Kiplimo coming all the way just by the side. He's been able to do it at 146.58. So he's improved on his time. He's been able to improve on his time. Now as he prepares to go into the second semi-final.
Team manager North Rift, Nyanza North and Western mwenye mara moja. Vile vile mwanariadha wa zamani Janet Chepkoskei naomba ufike hapa kwenye meza ambayo inatangazia chini ya main dais. Janet Chepkoskei, former world champion wa mita 800, please wherever you are, report here near the main dais. Call manager in the next 2 minutes. If you don't forward the names and your athletes also, then your team will be disqualified, because immediately after the 800 we shall have the 4x1 for women and then 4x1 for men. And it's a semi-final. We need to know to establish whether we have more than 8 teams. If we have 8 teams, then a decision will be made whether to run a final today or have a semi-final. So it is very important, team managers, to ensure that your teams report at the quorum whenever they are required. So team managers tafadhali, wanariadha wa 4x1 wake kwa wanaume wanahitajika wapige ripoti quorum haraka iwezekanavyo. Manake naambiwa timu chache sana, timu 5 ndio zimepiga ripoti.
And off we go. Black person to watch for is lane 6, Ferguson Rotich from Nairobi. And here we go.
Haya ndio kilomita 800. Kumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa tumetangaza ya kwamba mashindano ya majaribio ya kutoa timu ya Kenya tulikuwa tumesema ni tarehe 15, 14 na 15. Lakini kwa sasa taarifa kamili ni kwamba itakuwa katika siku ya tarehe 7 na tarehe 8 hapa katika jiji.
Amos Kemei, also tall and lanky, right ahead of Ferguson Rotich.
Of July. That's when we shall be having the trials for the World Championship.
Now with 500 meters to go, Amos Kemei is taking the lead. Ferguson Rotich is right behind him.
Taking the lead now. It's in Nairobi. Kemei now. It's in Nairobi. Aaron Kemei taking the lead. Training there is.
And there goes the bell at 51 seconds. Let's see how they pursue the second half of this one.
Nairobi 1, Nairobi 2. Now, Kemei taking the lead. Ferguson Rotich in the second spot.
It's still KG, still KG. Kemei with a very good stance. I hope he can be able to sustain. I'm looking at police just making a pursuit in it.
800 meters now.
Now, Kemei is going well. I'm actually impressed. He's still able to sustain. Ferguson, I'm expecting Ferguson to just come out of the outer lane and pursue the last 100 meters. Kemei doesn't have. Ngeno comes in second. Kemei is an athlete I would really look at in how well to groom him for a 400 meters. He had a good time, or as a good pace setter for an 800 meter world record. He has a good, because he was able to sustain it for quite a bit. So how well do we match the two? Greg, do you have, what is your observation from this one, from Ferguson? Was it expected?
Ferguson is coming of age. He had a few hiccups and last season, but it looks like he's coming back in shape. The most experienced 800-meter runner we have currently, and this just shows you that he wants to go back to Budapest and prove a point, because he knows that he has a chance of winning yet another medal, maybe his last in the 800 meters.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. We third and final. And this is the craziest of the craziest of the craziest of the semi-finals from when we got in here today morning. I'm looking at these names that you look at. Greg, I would have wished, if I was an athlete, I would have wished to be in the first or the second semi-final and not in this one. This one has Wycliffe Kimanyal, the national champion, and Timothy Cheriot. Cheriot, even heading into Oregon, he had just recovered from injury, and then he had not even made the team. Then he was made as a replacement, going to go against Jacob Ingebrigtsen, and it was a tall order for him, considering he had just recovered from an injury. But seeing him also being in a semi-final, this is quite something. If you check out on the lineup and the people we have in this one, we have Nicholas Kibene, Duncan Kengere, Cheriot Timothy, Kinyamal Wycliffe, William Ryan, Jonathan Kitilit, Kelvin Kimutai, and Koitaoi Kidale. As I'm looking at this one, Greg, I'm also noticing that coming from the semi-final, Jonathan Kilit from KDF had posted some very crazy time. He had a 146. So
Led by William Ryan, National Police Service. Led 6, Jonathan Kitilit, Kenya Defense Forces.
That Jonathan Kitilit is not someone to overlook. That is a very good.
And in led 8, Koitatoi Kidani Prison.
And off we go.
The 800 meters, the elephants in the room. We have Wycliffe Kimanyal and former world champion Timothy Cheriot. Recently in Oslo, he came fourth, returning 3:29, whereby Jacob Ingebrigtsen joined the club on some 3:28, and that was his home turf.
I'm watching out for Jonathan Kitilit, Wycliffe Kimanyal, Timothy Cheriot, and one other thing we can always say is that the race is open for everyone. Kitilit coming into the first, and there hits the bell. Kitilit hitting it at 54.
Closely followed by Timothy Cheriot.
Timothy Cheriot with the running stance where he leans forward. So Kitilit, Cheriot, Kinyamal. Kitilit, Cheriot, and Cheriot is closing in the gap. Kinyamal is right there just waiting to pounce on whatever will be left out. 200 meters, Timothy Cheriot with another surge, attacking Kitilit. Kitilit trying to maintain, but we all know this one is not going to happen. Timothy Cheriot now going into the last, and Kinyamal is able to get ahead. It looks as if it's going to be Kinyamal Cheriot getting into the final. Kitilit has just lost all the gas, and he didn't even bother to pursue it. Not forgetting that getting into this semi-final, he was the fastest, Greg. I'm not sure of how I feel about that.
The national champion Kinyamal, just as I predicted, he's a guy to watch in this distance, and he has just proven that he is en route to retaining that national crown. It will be very, very interesting. Timothy Cheriot, 800 meters, trying it out, and you can see he looks in shape, and it seems like he's shrugged off the injury, and maybe this is just the preparation that he needs as he wants to wrestle back that world title of the 1,500 meters from Jacob Ingebrigtsen. And it all begins here because Ingebrigtsen actually Timothy Cheriot was his hero when he was growing up, and now it's time to have, yes, let's see, maybe the master and the student now holding all accolades in the world, having everything under his wings. But this is Kinyamal, the national champion, beating Timothy Cheriot to win the third semi-final of the 800 meters. It's really smoking hot here at the Nyayo National Stadium. If you're joining us, welcome aboard. This is the second day of the National Athletics Championships happening here at the heart of the Nairobi County. the capital city of Kenya, Nairobi, of course, and wherever you are. It is in the PM, slightly 1:15 p.m. And if you are joining us, welcome aboard. We bring you all this action. After the 800 meters, we are going to the heptathlon. It's the 4x100 meters relay. And this is going to be very, very interesting. Some countries had not yet arrived in the arrived yesterday when we were supposed to have the semi-final. We are here today. Everything is set. We are seeing athletes trying out. Anyway, but as we cross over to the field, it's the high jump. The high jump, of course. I'll be giving you the lineup for the high jump in a few. It's the high jump. As we recap the 100 meters that happened earlier on, Isaac and Ferdinand in the same heat of the semi-final, and look at how it happened. Ferdinand Omanyala just staying clear from the rest to win that one, 10.06. I'm looking at his brother Isaac try to come in, just finishing in position number 4. That is Isaac, the national champion over in the under 18. So this race actually showed us that there is enough quality here. Of course, there's Hesbon and Sifin Onyango who had a photo finish in the third heat of the 100 meters. What do you expect? Because I know you love sprints and you've been following these sprinters all along. You talk to Ferdinand, you talk to Isaac, his younger brother, you talk to Hesbon and Stephen, of course.
Greg, going into the final, my expectation is how well. My expectation is on the question that we need to answer. How do we bridge the gap between Ferdy's excellence and the next group? As you stated, we're looking at whether Mark will be joining us anytime soon. But as of now, how do we have scenarios that enables the younger ones be in top form by the time they get into such qualifiers? They're in good form. Let's not forget that the following athletes, this is how the final lineup looks like. We have Ferdinand Omanyala, Robertson Motende, Meshak Babu, Dan Kiviasi, Steve Onyango, Hesbon Ochieng, Mark Kang'ethe, and Shari Dokin, who's coming from the Seychelles. Mark Kang'ethe is from the university side. They're very well supported here by his comrades. Hesbon Ochieng from the Kenya Police Service. We have Steve Onyango from Kenya Defense Forces. It's well suited and mostly populated by the disciplined forces, and not just to forget that the university side have had even, I can remember who else was from the universities in the semis. Eliakim Ondimu, who didn't make it into the final. Mark Kang'ethe is going to be representing a great growth, considering this was a field that was mostly ignored, the universities, and now they're filling into it. So let's let the viewers enjoy some of the performances as we await for the 4x100 meters relay.
As we prepare for the 4x100 meters women's semi-final, number 1. In lane number 1 will be Praxidis Were, Emelda Muga, Triza Ngima, and Lea Chesebe, all representing Central. In lane number 2, Mercy Cherop, Timona Zareti, Beatrice Anyango, Catherine Khaemba, KATTI. For KDF, Rukia Nusra, Lois Morara, Delisha Etiang, Carol Mwende, and Mercy Okech. For Nyanza North, Martha Lucy, Sheila Achieng, Paradise Okoth, Doris Okoth, Caroline Achieng, and Immaculate Akinyi. There is also, from Nyanza South, Filian Nyamusi, Sharon Mora, Linda Kageha, Janice Machoka, Swin Akinyi. NYS, we have Lensa Akoth, Victoria Bondo, Omusolo, Lydia Chep, Korir Maina, and Caroline Akoth. And then Maximilia Imali, Monica Safania, Eunice Kadogo, Paris Chege, and Millicent Ndoro will be representing police from lane number 8. So watch out for these athletes as they prepare for the 4x400 meters first semi-final. Still waiting to see if we have a complete lineup. From where I stand, KATTI is in lane number 2, KDF quite some confusion here. Can see
DJ.
Be confirming this in a bit because I can see Coast in lane number 6.
Mia moja kwa wale kupokezana vijiti, kinadada nusu fainali ya kwanza. Lini kabla sijataja hivyo kuliconfirm ni change over 1, change over 1, change over 2, change over 3. Lane 6, Coast.
Coast will be in lane number 6. Just confirmed the changes here. Western in lane number 5.
Lane 4, National Police.
National Police Service in lane number 4. Southern in lane number 3.
Team Nairobi.
Nairobi will be in lane number 2. So missing is lane number 1, 7 and 8. But this is the first semi-final of the women's 4x100 meters. So Nairobi in lane number 2, Southern in lane number 3, National Police Service in lane number 4, Western in lane number 5, and Coast in lane number 6. So let's go. Smoothly there and straight. National Police Service taking cruise control of this one, heading into the first changeover. Will it be smooth? Yes, it is. National Police Service in the lead, and that's very, very smooth, very closely followed by Western. This is very nice. The third changeover coming in very, very nicely from National Police Service. Western in second place, and of course Coast coming in number 4, but then National Police Service, this is smooth, really smooth. Imali will finish this one. What will be the time? 45.12 unofficial time. Nairobi coming in second place with Western in third.
45-12. Sekunde 40. Lane 6, KDF. Lane 5, NYS. Lane 4, Kenya Prisons. Lane 3, Eastern. And Lane 1, Nyanza North. Semi-final 2 for the 100 meters women.
So the second semi-final of the women 4x100 meters in lane number 2, Nyanza North. Lane number 3, Eastern. Prisons will be in lane number 4, NYS in lane number 5, and KDF in lane number 6. So KDF will start with Rukia Nusra. There you go, the second semi-final of the women 4x1 400 meters. That's a nice one from KDF, and the exchange is smooth as they head towards the third exchange. NYS currently in 4th place, but then KDF way ahead of the rest, and Prisons and Eastern coming in. Very nice from the KDF, going into the last changeover. Very good also from lane number 2, that is Nyanza North, coming in very strong. Kenya Prisons will settle for third, but KDF winning this one in 46.27. Of course, Eastern coming in second. That's a confirmation of the unofficial time, 46.82 for the second semi-final of this one.
Welcome back, Chris. Karibu sana. Naona merudi huko sawa. Hiyo pia bado ulikuwa ni shughuli pia, si ndio? Huduma ya kwanza.
confirm. Marlon Road, Marlon line. Oh, kita katikati. Hii pia inaitwa Kevo. Ndio Mamboto. Weekend uko Nairobi. Nilienda juzi. Niko na game huko na mazia Kenya. Labda Sunday. I travel kesho usiku. Upo pande gani? Uko reserve. Sawa, niko na mrembo kwa hata alikuwa anataka chuki. Acha nipange. Alafu ndakutumia picha hizo ugague mahali kama ni safi ama ina mtori. Yaani niambia atiandaga tena tukate nyasi kwa shamba ya Jesse. Hai mwana uoe bwana hata Jesse. Yone rina kwa
A men's 4x100 meter final. Lane 7 has a central. Lane 6, lane 5 has Eastern. Lane 4 North Rift. Lane 3 has Western, and then lane 2 the National Police Service. All teams are well set, placing themselves well before heading off. That was what we call. That's what we call a false start. And Greg, if I'm not wrong, from my observation, my keen eye, hawk vision, I'm recalling lane number 4. I've always been keen on small matters. Even at home, I avoid wastage. Let's await the review. But they decided that no one is going to be sent home. No one is going to hit. That's a whole team being sent into the showers. Yeah? Again, yeah, how well and how tactical and how smart this one can be executed. As they set onto the blocks. Into the blocks. Where the official comes and we're off, and this one seems to have been clean. Guys are off the blocks.
Gada ameondoka, anampatia Okot. Benson. Benson. Okot anafuata Western Police.
It's all in the interchange, it's all in the interchange, it's all in the interchange. And how well do you have it? The Ugandans have it as of now. Eastern have also good timing. And then getting it the last 100 meter. It's police versus Uganda. Police versus Uganda. But I've just realized an institution has beat a country in the 4x100 meter race. as they take on how well a Kenyan institution has floored the whole country. My friend from Uganda, Ernest Akorebirungi, things are really tricky. That was the conclusion of the first semi-final of the men's 4x100 meter relay. We had several teams being represented. Kenya, we had the National Police, there's a Nairobi team, there's an Eastern team doing some great running. But then what has shocked me was that Uganda had a team represented here. And this is what I'm sending out to my friend Ernest Akorebirungi. You sent a whole country, your best sprinters, and they could not match an institution called the National Police Service in Kenya. Do we need to just have another review of sports in East Africa, or do we just let this one slide for the moment? A very great running as we anticipate the second semi-final out of this.
Semi-finali ya kwanza mita 100 kwa wanaopokeza vijiti wanaume.
Expected from this one, who we should be looking at? Lane 1 and 8, Prisons KDF, as they settle onto their blocks. This is the second semi-final of the 4x100 meter relay. Everyone ensures that their fingertips are right behind the lane to avoid scenarios where you've infringed. No. Hitting the early showers. All four of them have had to hit early showers. And here we have a restart of it. Teams to look out for: KDF lane 1 and Kenya Prisons lane 8. Those interchanges make the difference. Here we go. Those interchanges are not as clinical as what the Kenya police were doing in their first one. And the KDF take this one home very swift and easy with their very swift interchanges. Not as swift as those ones that were being executed by the National Police Service. So, as anticipated and expected, KDF 1, Kenya Prisons 2, And let's not forget there will be a D not start because of a DQ for a false start from KATTI. Great setup, great composition, and great running. But if there's a team, Greg, if there's a team that has shown composure and figured out how to execute, figured out on how well to run the relay, it has to be the National Police Service. From the whole setting, this one we give credit to National Police Service. I'm sure the KDF, don't forget that from the Kenya Police, National Police Service, Ferdinand didn't even run in this one. So I'm anticipating fireworks in the final, the 4x100 meter relay.
It's always been a battle between the KDF and the National Police Service in this one, and currently the National Police Service are the national champions, and they'll be aiming at retaining the title. Of course, both teams have made it to the final, so we yet to see who reigns supreme here, but as it looks, it will be very, very tight. Mweresa on the other side and the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala from the National Police Service, so it will be very, very interesting. As we get ready for the 1,500 meters decathlon.
Asante sana. Ningependa kuanzia mwanzo kwamba nawakaribisha ninyi nyote kwa mwaka huu mashindano ya National Championships ambayo imeanza jana na inaendelea leo na inaisha kesho. Okay. Wakubwa wote ambao wako hapa na washukuru sana kwa sababu mmetayarisha timu zenu kuja kushindana mwaka huu. Naona mchezo iko standard ya juu kabisa ambayo ni nzuri. Pia ningependa kuwakaribisha wageni wetu kutoka nchi zingine. Tuko na nchi ya Uganda, tuko na nchi ya Botswana, tuko na nchi ya Seychelles. Wale wote ambao wamekuja wanakaribishwa hapa Kenya. Tunashukuru sana ya kwamba wamekuja kufanya mazoezi na kuungana na sisi na tufanye mchezo ya maana kabisa. Mimi natakia kila mtu mchezo mzuri na tufanye mchezo ya maana, na pia nikumbuka ya kwamba ni mchezo pia ambaye ni ya mwezi wa 8. So ningependa kuwasihi wanariadha wetu waweke bidii, tuone ya kwamba kuna wale ambao wataqualify kuchukua nafasi hii kuqualify kabisa, kwa sababu ni muhimu sana. Nataka kuona timu kubwa ambayo inaenda huko Budapest World Championships ambao wanaenda kushindana mwaka huu, na pia mkumbuke tunajitayarisha kwa Olympics ya mwaka ujao huko Paris. So nawatakia nyinyi nyote heri na baraka njema na muweke bidii kabisa. Leo sitaki kusema mengi kwa sababu ni mchezo ambayo tunafanya. Ningependa tu kuwajulisha kwamba hata officials ambao wako hapa wao wameweka bidii sana kwa sababu ya kazi ambao wanafanya. Sisi upande wa Athletics Kenya pia tunaweka bidii huko regions zote, na tunajua kwamba wameweka bidii, lakini kuna kazi mingi ambayo lazima tufanye kwa sababu ya maana ya mchezo yetu. Tuweke bidii kabisa ndio tupate wachezaji wengi ambao wanafanya kazi hiyo. Unajua kwamba kuna preparations ya hiyo ambayo tunasema, na pia kuna programs mpya ambayo inakuja. Niona juzi ya kwamba the president alituzu one of our athletes kitu nzuri ambayo ni program mpya. Tungependa kuwashukuru sana, kushukuru yeye kwa sababu ya kubali ile ambayo maombi yetu ambayo tuliweka. So tunashukuru sana, na namna mlisikia hiyo itaendelea kwenda mbele, na hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba sisi pia tuweke bidii na tuachane na mambo ya madawa, tuachane na mambo ya doping, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inatuletea shida ambayo hatupendi hata kidogo, na hata dunia haipendi maneno kama hiyo. Pia mnajua kwamba tulianzisha program ya housing finance. Mimi naona wako na hema yao hapa, kwamba tunakuwa na program ambayo tunasaidiana kuangalia kwamba tunaweza kupatia wachezaji wetu manyumba ambayo inawezekana. At least kama ukipata nafasi unaweza kwenda huko uangalie, hata ujaze form na kila kitu ambayo inatakana kufanya. So tuweke bidii, alafu wale ambao wanaweza wanapenda hiyo, kwa sababu ni program nzuri sana ambayo ningependa mimi mwenyewe nikiwa hali niko, ningependa wachezaji wengi hata officials tuende kwa hiyo program hii, alafu baadaye tutaangalia program nyingine na nyingine. Lakini kwa sasa tuchukue nafasi hiyo kuangalia kwamba
sisi tutafanya namna tunaweza kuona kila mtu ambaye anataka hiyo program hiyo iendelee, tutasaidiana, tusaidie wewe na particularly wale ambao ni members wa Athletics Kenya. Na hiyo ni kitu ya muhimu sana. So kama unataka kuishi mahali mzuri, kuishi kwa urban area, mahali ya town, sio Nairobi peke yake, hata Mombasa, Nakuru, Nyeri, Eldoret, Kisumu, kila mahali. So muangalie hiyo, na kama unahitaji information kamili, kwenda kwa hiyo tent hiyo, muangalie na mtapata hiyo information kamili. So nikaona kwamba ni mzuri mimi mwenyewe niwaeleze na kwamba ni kitu ya muhimu, na pia wamekubali kutembelea regions kuja kueleza kama kuna maswali, kama kuna watoto ambaye wametaelewa vizuri, then wataeleza hiyo. So wenzangu hapa ambao chairman of regions tutaangalia hiyo program hiyo, alafu wanaweza kuja kutembelea nyinyi. Otherwise kwa hayo nikimalizia, napenda tu kushukuru mwenzangu hapa Senior Vice President kwa kuandaa hii mchezo ya leo hapa, na yeye pamoja na kamati yake na wale wote ambao wamehusika. So tuweke bidii kama nimesema, na nikimalizia kabisa pia kama nimesema, hata officials wetu ambaye wanafanya kazi nzuri sana. Mwaka jana kuna technical officials wawili walienda huko mbali na wakati wa Commonwealth Games ambao walichaguliwa kwenda kufanya officiating. Ningependa kuwashukuru sana kwa sababu walienda na wakafanya kazi nzuri. Hapo mbeleni niliona ya kwamba the best technical official in Africa ambaye alichaguliwa alitoka Kenya. So even technical officials, I want to congratulate you kwa kazi ambayo mnafanya. Congratulations. Na kulingana na hiyo, leo nataka ku present a prize, not really a prize, but a pin ambayo imetoka World Athletics ya official mmoja kutoka Kenya. The only one in Kenya today ambaye aliweza kupata hiyo prize in 2021, lakini hiyo prize haikuja mpaka juzi tukiwa Zambia wa African Championships under 18, under 20. Nikauliza World Athletics, what happened to that veterans pin? So wakalete mpaka Zambia, Lusaka. Mimi nimelete hiyo kwa sababu nimesema waje sisi wote tushuhudie akipata hiyo veteran pin, kwa sababu ya kufanya kazi nzuri ya riadha dunia mzima, hapana Kenya peke yake, kazi nzuri dunia mzima, na amekuwa recognized by World Athletics as the only Kenyan to be awarded this veteran pin. Na huyo ni Joseph Ocheng ambaye ni chairman kutoka Nyanza North, na congratulate yeye na amekuziwa hiyo, na hii imeandikwa Joseph Ocheng Kenya. So sisi sote tunashukuru na tunasema congratulations Joseph kwa sababu ya hiyo kazi ambayo umefanya. So I want to award you this veteran pin on behalf of World Athletics. It is not on behalf of athletics, it is on behalf of World Athletics, who sat down as a council and they decided that you have done a wonderful job, not only now, but over the years. And you have been recognized as such. So we are all proud of you, and as much as it is a very small thing, it is a very, very important thing. So I want to award you this pin. Is written World Athletics Veteran Team. So you are a veteran.
Wapi makofi yake Chairman Nyanza North, ambaye bila shaka ni Ochieng. Makofi mazito kwa veteran, na anapigwa bonge la pin hapa kutoka World Athletics. Si rahisi rahisi kutoka World Athletics mpaka hapa Nairobi, Kenya, leo Nyayo National Stadium katika mashindano ya riadha ya taifa. Makofi mazito. Asante sana. It is really historic. Historia hapa nchini bila shaka. Wapi makofi ya rais wa chama cha riadha cha Kenya? Makofi ya Ochieng. Asante sana. Asante sana Amfa. Asante sana. Thank you very much, President Athletic Kenya, Senior Vice, for good job, and the entire team nationally, all the chairman, director. You can also see Billy Conchela is also here. Amfa Apidi, Coca-Cola.
Basi tunashukuru rais wa chama cha riadha nchini na kwa hotuba hiyo ambayo tumeweza kupata. Kwa sasa tunaelekea kwa mita 10,000. Bwana Chelanga Koro, kama uko tayari, sasa usukani ni wako. Bwana Chelanga, wakati ni wako. All chiefs ambao wanasimamia vitengo mbalimbali, mweze kuona Madam Kaitani pale mlikutana naye jana, ili aweze kuwapokeza kile aliwapokeza jana. Ya pili, kama mtu yote hajaonana na Madam Brenda, nafikiri mnamjua. Kama hujaonana na Brenda, uweze kuonana naye pale TIC. Najua Brenda anafanya chini ya ofisi ya Kisalu, na Kisalu mnajua ni nani. Kwa hivyo this goes to the officials. Kama hujaonana na Brenda ambaye anafanya katika ofisi ya Kisalu, ambaye Kisalu mnajua ni nani, basi muweze kumuona Brenda mara moja, kwa sababu ndio huu sasa pale kwa ofisi ya TIC. Kwa sasa ni mita 10,000, 10,000 meters, shindano ambalo sasa liko tayari. Call manager Bwana Chelanga anaweza kuchukua usukani, na all chiefs wanaombwa waweze kumuona Madam Kaitani pale walionana naye jana. All chiefs wale wanasimamia vitengo mbalimbali uwanjani, chief starter, chief announcer, chief track judge, chief referee, mweze kuonana na Madam Kaitani haraka iwezekanavyo kwa sasa. Basi 10,000 meters ndio shindano ambalo linaingia uwanjani, na DJ kama uko na ngoma unaweza kuendelea.
Jafet Kimutai, utaniona tafadhali resi kiendelea, kwa nilikuwa nimekuwa sign. Jafet Kimutai for my 100 meters runner. Jafet Kimutai, kindly, you have an assignment. We are waiting for the 10,000 meters to start, and remember, it has been a great honor to the chairman, Athletic Kenya, and the chairman of AKA Nyanza North, Bwana Joseph Ochieng, to have been given the veteran pin by World Athletics. We are waiting for the 10,000 meters to start. And remember, in this particular stadium, we have the veterans also here. We have Andy Rono, Wilson Waikwa is here with us. Hear their voices, please. And if you go to the Olympics, we only have one Kenyan who have won a gold for Kenya, the late Nathan.
And we're about to kick off yet another final. This is the 10,000 meter men's final. This start list is quite. To 49. A total of 49. People to note Kibiwot Kandie from the Kenya Defence Forces, and we're about just to kick it off. Everyone ensuring that about to hit it out, and there goes the 10,000 meter men's final. This is a star-studded. Don't forget, this one doesn't have a qualifier as a heat or a semi-final. Goes straight into a final. And for those joining us, this is the National Athletics National Championships. We've been here from yesterday, today, and more action will be taking place tomorrow. A whole complete list of up to 45 athletes who believe that they have what it takes. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Zakayo taking the lead. Zakayo taking the lead, just setting the pace. As you can hear in the background, the Kenya Prisons Band playing some of the favorite hits to keep people entertained. Don't forget, these guys are running for a whole 25 laps. It's not a mean feat. We have to be, if you get easily distracted, you may not be able to know how much action you've missed out on. Even for us commentators, at times we're left to let the screens do the talking for us, where everyone can be able just to see what's happening. And if you've seen in global meets, usually when a final like this one is taking place, there's usually something else happening in the field. And yes, you can see that on the close to the water jump, there's a high jump that is taking place. Also, one of those activities Kenya is setting itself up well. I'm seeing great growth in how the high jumpers are doing it. It's been a transition of our period from not having people participating into it. Now we have more and more people participating into it. Zakayo, who is now second, rose into fame when he was in the juniors level in 2017 when Kenya hosted the IWF World Under. Was it 19? I'm looking at the paper, just trying to read, so I give you accurately data on who's on the front. I'm aware Kibiwot Kandia is somewhere in the thicket of it. Sorry. Expecting a gruesome run. You have a whole number of laps to cover. You can throw your eyes also into the high jump section right next to the water jump of the steeplechase. If you're looking at gates, has to be towards your eye, needs to be towards gate number 9. We still have a long way in the high jump, but progress is progress. You take the advancements that have been done over the years and you appreciate them each and every day as we proceed. However you execute, how well you execute it, and how well you can do it, it's all It's all well executed. We look at some of scenarios and how well we can go ahead to execute. Great looking at the athletes performing and how well they're pushing and how well they're doing this. "20 laps to go." With 20 laps to go. "20 laps to go." Great running as we are listening to some of the entertainment coming from the Kenya Prisons Band. 19 laps to go. "19 laps to go." Zakai is still in the lead pack. Kandi is also right there. Geoffrey Kamworor, one of the notables, a very seasoned athlete. And slowly by slowly, the collation that had a whole team all set up in one place is no longer the same. And now what you can see is that you're looking at is a single stream, the single file, as the athletes keep pursuing. And already a couple of athletes have already gotten lapped. After this one, we have a couple of relays before we wrap up the day. Going
disqualification. For infringing rule number 24.7 at 1:53 p.m. The 4x1,
So as we proceed into
for infringing rule number 24.7 at 1:53 p.m.
proceeding with this one is as we're looking into how well to capture the last or the second, close into the second half of this race as the athletes proceed. A star-studded team, a star-studded lineup. We had more than 40 entrants into this one, as it was well caged in the start, but then over time it became into a single file as more and more athletes started getting dropped off. Who I have seen being a constant and has remained steadfast with the lead pack has been Zakayo. Coming up well. Close to 15 laps to go. Close to 15 laps to go. Greg, I was just informing the viewers on how Zakayo got into the picture in 2017 when he was in the juniors, and how well he stormed into that gold, and he was a darling to everyone, and we had anticipated and inclined him into success at the senior level, which is yet to sprout out of it. What's your take, considering that he's still here he's with the lead pack, and even in the last qualifiers he was there. He's always showing up. What's your take on it?
Suffered a couple of injuries after the exploits in 2017. Tried coming back. There was a setback, and we could see he's really struggled to come back to the man we knew over the distance. And looking at him right now, I think he's coming into that age whereby he knows exactly that he's closing towards the prime years of his career. And you look at his performances; they've not really been impressive. But then that does not rule out the class he has. Over the years, we've seen athletes come back and, of course, take over what was actually theirs, because this is a former world junior champion, and everyone had high hopes on him. We unfortunately got injured along the way, but that means he has also to rediscover the form he was in, and maybe having a good performance in such a high-level event then gives him the confidence, gives him another spring in life, and probably hand him another boost that he really needs, because you are only as good as your last race, as they say, and this, even getting a podium finish here, will be a very, very important step towards having him propel himself to where he was. And as you watch, that is the man from the KDF, Kibiwot Kandie, of course, one of the finest runners over the distance. leading the way, heading into the 10th lap of this one. I suppose it's the 10th lap. That is Kibiwot Kandie. Watch out for Ezra Jelim of Western and also Hilary Koech.
In that also we have John Corey, we have Sakayo. Kandie, the Kenyan defense force, is now taking the lead.
That is Felix Kirong and Jackson Kipletin also in that leading pack. But Kandie, look at him, very confident. You just look at the strides and say that maybe his body has just responded well to this one. Also in the picture is James Martelong and of course Shadrach Nyayo. But you look at this field, you realize that each and every athlete here has the capability of clocking a sub 28, which means that you are in pole position to qualifying for the World Athletics Championships that start in Cali. But quickly, from the north, from Eastern, Stanley Nji here, another very, very tactical athlete taking over the leaderboard in this one. Kandie dropping to third. Zakayo and Kandie shoulder to shoulder as this round goes. If you're joining us, this is the 10,000 meters. The final, of course, we had the women 10,000 meters earlier on. Nji here, there on your screens. Zakayo in third. And of course, looking at Timothy Ndumi also in the picture. Right now it's Eastern in the lead through Nji here. Stanley Nji here of Eastern. And you look at Nji here, is one of the athletes we've always been talking about. Born on 2nd of September 1998. And Zakayo decides to step forward ahead of Kandie. Kibiwot. As you look at some of the achievements Nji here has had in the past. Remember, he also runs the road races, so he's quite a brilliant athlete. But Kibiwot Kandie in second, Zakayo in first position currently. Just under 8 minutes to go in this one. It is the 10,000 meters final happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. Zakayo Kandie, Nji here in fifth. Also watch out for John Timothy Katam. And Daniel Kosen of South Rift. Shera Chrono.
Some of our great names that we've had earlier on, including the current president of the National Olympic Committee, which of course the national record holder is also here.
Still early days in this one. Zakayo looking really strong. Kandie looking strong. Nji here looking strong. And of course, Edwin Soy of South Rift in that lineup. this is a very, very strong one, Willie X. And you look at the way they're running, no one wants to commit.
Greg, the guy who's impressed me is I've seen Shedrack Rono, but Kandie, Njihia, and Zakayo have ensured that there is a pack by how they've been alternating at the front. Kandie pushed it for a couple of laps, then Njihia took over. Zakayo came back again, but then when he came back again, he came in with Kandie, and now I'm seeing Shedrack Rono is leading. It's Rono, Kandie, Njihia, and there's someone in between Njihia and Zakayo. As we await for the official clock, the time, this is 6 with 6 laps. 6 laps to go. That's the leading pack. You've done a whole 90. You've done a whole 19 laps, Greg. What's going through your mind trying to wrap up these last few laps? Mentally, are you maintaining the pace? Are you adding the speed? What do you do? What don't you do?
Of course, still early days, as I always say. You say 19 laps gone. You still have a few laps, let's say 6 or 5. It's always determined with the third, and it's when you start seeing the field split, and you look at the athletes, each one trying to stretch the field, especially the leading pack, as you see right now. Kibiwot Kandie stretching the rest of the field. It means that he knows that he will have an advantage when he stretches the field, but this one is also dangerous when you have those athletes who know how to close that gap. Yesterday we were talking about the likes of Alma Zayana and Vivian Cheruiyot in Rio 2016. Alma Zayana stretched the field to around 20 meters between herself and Cheruiyot and Obiri. But then, towards the last 2 laps, everything changed. It shifted so fast. And maybe, if you don't have that mental strength, it might hurt you and might fall further back. But for Kibiwot Kandie, he knows. He's been there. He's participated in all major competitions in the 10,000 meters, and he knows exactly what to do. And, of course, he'll be looking at making his time better, and he knows that right now the prey is the 2 Ugandans, Japo Kiplimo and Cheptegei, who have dominated the race in the last 4 years. So, can he actually slice them up? That is the mission in Kibiwot Kandie. He's one of the most experienced runners in this field today.
Kibiwot Kandie, seasoned athlete from the Kenya Defence Forces, always top class, always. He's a man you can always count on. He's not been lucky at the penultimate stage in the World Championships. Medaling a gold has been tricky, has been evasive for us, but he's always been present and always shown his class. As we look at it, the top 5, Kandie, I'm not able to get the beep of the second person, but I know Njihia, that's Njihia who's third, right? Kandie has really opened up that field. 4th, I'm not sure, but then 5th is Zakayo, trying to keep up with the rest. They clearly are 20, 30 meters ahead, but he's doing his best trying to get it covered. 7:58. Patrick Mosin is the one in between. Patrick Mosin is the one in between Njihia and Zakayo. Zakayo looking at bettering his time, and also how well does he get placement. And now another surge incoming with 3 laps to go. Greg, do you want to take us through this 1 lap? Shedrack Rono taking lead again.
Shedrack Rono, of course, born in 1999. The man has come to Nairobi and he wants to conquer the capital city just ahead of, the man from 001. And is now in the lead, ahead of Njihia, ahead of Mosin, ahead of Kandie. Will he maintain that pace? Look at him, the young man from the coast region, Shedrack Rono, looking really confident. Surprisingly, I haven't seen them pick waters from the water points, as we saw in the women's race.
Actually, I think you missed out on one session. So, what's his name? 758. Patrick Mosin had collected water and he handed it over backwards to Zakayo, who was right behind him. I think that was Zakayo's trick of just ensuring that you're within the pack.
Of course, that's like measuring the distance. Where are you? And that means we'll have a very, very, very close one in this one. Zakayo not staying further back with 2 laps to go, and this is very, very interesting. It's back to 4. It is Rono, it is Mbogo, it is Kandie, and of course Zakayo in 5th place. This is the 10,000 meters final. You look at these 5 athletes. Very, very tactical, but it's all about who makes the first move. If you don't, and Kandie decides it's mine now and takes the front, heading into the last lap. And Mosin. So Kandie decides to push it out, and Shadrach Rono follows him. I can see Nji here, Mosin is yet behind. As we go towards the bell, this is Kibiwot Kandie from the Kenya Defence Forces, followed by Shadrach Rono. As they get to the bell, let's go. Kibiwot Kandie, 26:59 as they left. Kibiwot just showing that there's a difference between him and any other person in this field. He's really split the field. Shadrach Rono cannot. He's really trying, but Kibiwot Kandie is just showing pure class. Pure class. This is at the 200 meter mark, and we're looking at the time is at 27:24. How well does he pursue? Shadrach Rono there. Jihia at the Kibiwot Kandie with a great push, and he's not relenting. He's giving me a very good, impressive look of what I would wish to see when a Kenyan is taken up in this one in the global meets. This is a great running by Kibiwot Kandie, taking gold in this one. And look at Zakayo! Look at Zakayo! Look at Zakayo! Look at Zakayo! Well in Zakayo, coming in 4th, right behind Jia. Zakayo, as we had talked about it, Greg, we were anticipating on how well does Zakayo try and maintain something, because considering what he had seen in the previous one, we had said that meddling on making it to the podium would have been great for him. He was not able to execute that, but he got 4th on it. He's coming up well, of course, finishing strongly in a 10,000 meters that was dominated by the KDF man, Kibiwot Kandie. Remember, Kibiwot Kandie is a former Valencia Marathon champion from 2020. He was in Bathurst, Australia for the World Cross Country Championship, finishing 5th. And that just shows you that this is the man to watch when the World Athletics Championships come. Finishing on 27:52.71 means that he is well within the required standards to win a medal in Hungary, but now he is the national champion. It's Kibiwot Kandie, sorry. Born in 1996. If you look at his CV, a specialist in the marathon, of course, winning the Istanbul Marathon in 2021. Last year, winning the Valencia Marathon, became 5th at the World Cross Country Championships in Bathurst, Australia. World Half Marathon in Poland, he finished 2nd. Won the Praha Marathon in 2020, the Valencia Marathon, the Ras Kamal Half Marathon in United Arab Emirates, that was in 2019, and also his first ever win was in St. Sylvester Road Race in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in the 15-kilometer race, finishing in a time of 42 minutes 59 seconds, which is the current record of the race. So Jacob, it's Kibiwot Kandie, the new champion over the 10,000 meters. So a spectacular finish from the KDF man, who's shown resilience, tactic, and of course torn the rest of the field apart. But I'm also happy for this man Zakayo coming up really well, and I believe that this might just help him gain the confidence that had eroded him after the exploits of 2017 when he won the World Junior Championships.
Sasa
Hapa unapumzika hapa. Sawa. Hello? Yeah. Telepon aja. Oh, benar. Hello. Hello. Nakupigia kidogo. Hai. Semua terupu wajah malam. Semua terupu malam. Berapa ini? Terupu kama ila malam. Hivi bagi imeisha hizo. Apa? Apa yote hapa?
As we prepare for the 4x400 meters, of course we'll be looking at some of the results from today. Some of the results from the races that took place earlier on today. Remember, we are headed towards the business end of things here, and I'm sure if you've been watching, you've enjoyed every bit of action here from the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, beautiful pictures there, courtesy of a very, very great production team here. And ongoing is also the men javelin.
Thank you.
Tomorrow we'll have more finals coming your way. Teams of that will represent their respective regions in the 4x400 meters being called out, but just checking out on whatever is remaining the 4x400 relay. Already we've seen the 10,000 meters where Kibiwot Kandie actually emerged the winner, and this is the medal ceremony for the winners in decathlon. No, it's actually the 100 meters hurdles, the 110 meters hurdles, the short put and medal and short put medal ceremony. So the bronze medalists being called out. Boaz Onyancha of Nairobi receiving his medal there.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, these are all brothers. They are all brothers, and that one is the eldest. Silver medalist representing
Just going.
Kenya Prison Service, Remy Onyancha.
So the two brothers, the Onyanchas, one scooping bronze and the other one silver, of course. One representing Nairobi and the other one Nairobi. And the winner, Dominic. I was just taking you through some of the results. The 4x100 meters semi-final number 1, we had Police clinching that in a time of 45.11 seconds, followed by Nairobi 49.11. In the second semi-final, that is the 4x100 meters semi-final number 2, KDF emerged winners 46.86, followed by Eastern in 48.19. And then in the men's category, Police emerged winners in semi-final number 1, 40.50. And Team Uganda, Alan Gobi, Benson Okot, Musa Isabire, Pius Idome came in second, 40.56, with Eastern coming in third after finishing that race in 41 seconds. Then we had the third semi-final where KDF emerged winners 39.83, Prisons 41.21, Nyanza South 42.32. In the javelin throw women final, Irene Jepkemoi from Central Rift, 52.91 is the distance she threw to clinch the national title. She was followed by Gladys Jepkemoi of Nairobi, 49.14. Then Martha Musayo Police, 47.62. As we see the award ceremony also ongoing on the other side. So in the hammer throw women final, Roslyn Rakamba of Police, a distance of 55.59 meters, to finish ahead of Lucy Omondi of KDF, 51.02, with Nancy Kanini of Police clinching bronze, 49.19. In the hammer throw men final, Dominic Abunda of KDF, 53.91. He was closely followed by Remy Monyancha of Police, 51.02, and Boaz Monyancha of Nairobi, 49.98. We've seen them being awarded there. In the long jump, we had Isaac Kimun of KATTI jumping 7.67 to win, followed by Edwin To of Prison 7.58 and Isaac Kirwa Yego of Police 7.57. In the high jump women final, we had Zedi Chesire of KDF 175. It was a tie with Faith Chepkemoi, also of KDF, and Maureen Wafula of Prisons 1.65 meters. In the high jump men final, Asbel Kemboi of KDF 2 meters 0.12 is the time, is the distance. He jumped ahead of Vincent Chepkoech and Samuel Masharia.
Wageni wetu, shindano ambalo liko tayari ni shindano la mita 400 kwa upande wa wanaume. Kwenye semi-finali ya kwanza,
into the first semi-final of the 4x400 meters finals. Lane 2 has the National Police Service, Lane 3 has the NYS, Lane 4 has Western, Lane 5 has Southern, Lane 6, that's the Central Rift team. Lane 7 must be West or the South Rift. That's the placement. Don't forget, after the first 400 meters, the second batch runs only 100 meters, then they can all come into a single file. Unlike in the 4x100 meters where you have to maintain your lane throughout, in the 4x400 meters, first runner hits the entire 400 meters on his lane. He hands it over to their teammate, and their teammate goes all the way and can only get into the single file of the inner lane after 100 or so meters. So
ile shindano ambalo litakuja baada ya relays. Hapo wanariadha wameshughulika tangu jana na hata leo, ikiwa ni mashindano 10.
we await the commencement of this. Don't forget, in the middle of the pitch is a field event. There's a javelin for men. We are the women's javelin. We'll request for some silence from the crowd as we get into a setup. And everyone to have their placement on their respective blocks. Don't forget, lane 1 has the National Police Service, lane 2 has the NYS, lane 3 has and there was one of the rifts going all the way till Nyanza and South Rift. How well we have this covered. Away commencement of the race. And off we go. South Rift taking the farthest line out to the lane 8, but the National Police team, the first runner out, has already gone past his compatriot. I'm looking at how well we can be looking at that. The National Police team as they take into last turn. Don't forget, placement of the athletes is as per. And you can see the police, very great handover. And as I'd informed, they have to go the whole 100 meters of the second handover before they go into the single file. And here we go. National Police being chased by the Southern. And our Southern. So, whoa, great composure, and here we go. Now this is where you differentiate. National Police Service are like, no, we're not having any of that one today. And then into the next handover. And here we go. If you don't get a good handover, that's it for you. National Police Service with a very great run. I'm not sure whether they'll be able to sustain this through the entire 400 meters, because that will be a great time to set. But Southern is not skipping off into the 200-meter mark. This is a race I used to participate in when I was in high school. You have to be smart in how you conserve your energy, because you might burn out while you're doing your first 200 or 300 meters. So Southern have done a very great run. The police service are doing great, and they are really doing a very great push. And this is the last hand over. Now this is where the medaling happens. NYS. National Police Service. Oh, this is what we say. It's gone left. It's totally, as my friend Greg will say, it's went. It's not even gone, it's went. Great running, great composure, great placement, and as you can look at it, the National Police Service secure the place into the finals. That will be taking place tomorrow. And Southern follows closely. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the 4x400 meter, really well executed right there. So I just said how well it was done, so you gotta keep a good eye on it. Well done. Well done right there by National Police. Looking as favorites in the relays, both 4x400 meters and the 4x100 meters for both men and women. So let's look at what the Kenya Defense Forces do in the second semi-final.
And now the medal ceremony for the high jump.
Now mwenyekiti wa Masters to come and present to the winners. Bwana Peter Agwenu, Chairman Nyanza South, and Stephen Ole Marai.
Zedi Chesire of KDF,
Have they touched the national team?
Faith Chepkemoi of KDF, and Maureen Full of Prisons to be awarded by Nyanza South Athletics Kenya Chairman Peter Angwenyi. So it's the medal ceremony of the women high jump. Also coming up is the second semi-final of the 4x400 meters women, and we look forward to seeing who reigns supreme in this one. Police, Central and South Rift finishing in position 1, 2 and 3 in the just ended semi-final.
Bronze medalist representing the Kenya Prison Services, Maureen Wafula.
That's Maureen Wafula from Prisons to be presented, to be awarded the bronze medal for finishing third in the high jump, receiving her medal there. Those are of course clinching gold. So we gear up for the second semi-final of the 4x400 meters as we head towards the tail end of business here at the Nyayo National Stadium.
Washindi wa long jump, Isaac Kiburu, Kati Edwin Tom, KPS, Isaac Kiro, National Police. Last call for you. Last call.
As we also shift focus to the 1,500 meters decathlon. Plenty of events here today. This one just coming in between the 4x400 meters relay semi-final. Remember the decathlon, they have to do at least 10 events, and it's based on ranking. We've seen the likes of Edwin Rono in this one, but now they try out in the 1,500 meters decathlon, 3.5 laps. If you're joining us now, we've been live from the Nyayo National Stadium since morning, bringing you all the action, courtesy of Athletics Kenya TV on Facebook and YouTube, of course, sharing all the experiences here as they come by. Remember, this is the second day of 3. Tomorrow we'll be doing our last day in this one, and of course expect plenty of action and many finals taking place on Saturday, that is tomorrow, beginning with the sprints in the morning. That is the 4x100 meters that comes your way at around 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. But right now on your screens is the 1,500 meters decathlon.
4x4 women wapige ripoti kolo. 4x4 women wapige ripoti kolo. Kuna timu imeamua
It's KDF in the lead.
More than 8 teams. Kwa hivyo 4x4 ni lazima wakuje. Kuna timu ambayo imeapili.
So in the lineup is Peter Mwangi of Central, Ezekiel Bet and Vincent Tarus of KDF, Edwin Toh of Prisons, Stephen Mutunga Mbinya of NYS, Edwin Kering of KDF, Gilbert Koech of Police, and James Mwangize of Coast.
And we only have 8 lanes. Kwa hivyo timu zote za 4x4 women wapige ripoti koro. Haya.
That's Peter Mwangi and Ezekiel Bet leading the way as they head towards completing the second lap of this one.
Wamefanya mashindano 10. Hii ni ya 10 na ya mwisho. Na wale wanaongoza hapa ni wanariadha kutoka majeshi KDF.
They seem very, very tired in this one. Done 9 different events and now this is their 10th one. Look at Edwin Rono. He can barely run, but he has to complete this one so that he accumulates those points that he needs to finish this one. So it's not about the position they finish, but their points accumulated in the 10 events they compete in. And this is the 1,500 meters decathlon race happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium.
Basi hapa inapima ujuzi, stamina, kila kitu. Na sasa imefika kukimbia. Wamekimbia mita 1500 na vile walikuwa katika mita
Being directed that the 4x400 women semi-final is also coming up. It will be taking place shortly. But this is how it goes. The 1,500 meters decathlon.
Ile time ambayo umekimbia unapata maksi zako, alafu unajua nani ni mshindi. Hapa naona hawa jamaa huyu wa National Police Service na National Youth Service wakija kung'ang'ana kupata time. Time is important here because if you run faster you score the highest marks. Now the more marks you have, the total inadecide nani ndio mshindi.
That's the end of the 1,500 meters decathlon race.
4x400 meters women. Narudia tena. Wapige ripoti koro haraka iwezekanavyo. Manake we have more than 8 teams and we cannot just ballot and say tutoe timu moja. Timu zote zitaingia zikimbie alafu tujue nani wameingia kwa finali ya kesho. So 4x4 waende mara moja koro. Kwa sasa ni semi-final ya pili.
This is the second semi-final of the 4x400 meters men.
Central, Coast, KDF, Nyanza North na vile magereza. Basi pendi ya magereza kama unapatia moja peke yake, tano moja tu, alafu tuweze kuendelea. Kabla hapo kidogo tu tungependa washindi
Earlier on in the 10,000 meters, Irene Kamais of KDF won in a time of 31 minutes 56.37 seconds ahead of Catherine Relin of North Rift. Ruth Chepngetich of Prisons, who was coming in as the defending champions, came in third in 32 minutes 0.9 seconds. In the 5,000 meters tomorrow, expect the likes of Daniel Simiu, Brian Tor, Rafael Dapash, Evans Kirui, Robert Kiprop, Matthew Kipkoech, and Peter Manwiki to be in the final, as we await for the start of the second semi-final of the 4x400 meters.
Asante sana mbele yetu ya magereza wakiwa katika magwanda yao rasmi, na kwa hakika sasa ni shindano la mita 400 maneno makusanya vijiti, lakini tangazo ambalo nimepata kutoka Koru ni kwamba timu za kinadada zimefuzu kwa finali, na kuna timu moja ambayo itashiriki, timu kutoka Botswana. Botswana wamekuja na kinadada na watashiriki katika hiyo finali ya kesho ya 4x4.
So the 4x400 meters women final will take place tomorrow. So no semi-final, but it's straight to the final, and Botswana will also be racing in that one.
Botswana wanashiriki siku ya kesho. Baada ya hapa tutakuwa na match pass, kwa hiyo ningeomba hata benchi yetu sasa
So we are headed to the last event of the day, that is the 4x400 meters men semi-final number 2.
ili tuweze kueleza mashabiki wetu ni timu gani iko kwenye leni gani, timu za kufuzu kwa finali ya kesho.
That's KDF in lane number 5.
Alafu mashindano yetu yatakuwa yamekamilika kwa siku ya leo hadi siku ya kesho. Nafahamishwa kwamba officials wa walk pamoja na wanariadha wa walk upande wa wanaume kesho saa 1 kamili mnahitajika hapa, mmefika uwanjani. Kesho saa 1 kamili shindano la 20 km walk litafanyika.
That's from the prison service.
Na wageni ambao wako hapa,
Prison will be running in lane number 7, of course, and South Rift in lane number 6.
Ni timu ya Eastern. Lane ya pili timu ya Eastern. Lane ya tatu timu ya Central. Lane ya 4 timu ya Pwani ama Coast. Lane ya 6 timu ya KDF. Lane ya 5 KDF. Lane ya 6 Nyayo North. Na lane ya 7 ni timu ya Magereza. Tunawatakia kila laheri kwenye shindano hilo.
So in lane number 2 is Eastern, lane number 3 is Central. Coast will be running from lane number 4, KDF lane number 5, Nyanza North in lane number 6, and Prisons in lane number 7, the 4x400 meters semi-final number 2. So get ready. For this one, it's the last semi-final of the 4x400 meters, and there we go. And Prisons off the block nicely, followed by KDF taking that early lead on the bend. That is very nice from the KDF guys, and you can see they are closing the gap on the Prisons. It's KDF in lane number 5, coming in nicely, taking the bend towards the home stretch. Is coming in nicely, just checking out. It is Kiplimo Kesie bringing it very nicely towards the home stretch, and you can feel that they are in cruise control of this one. Nyanza North coming in through Shem Kimatu, but then it is KDF, and he'll be handing it over to Kennedy Kimeu, who's taken off really well. The Nyanza takeover wasn't really nice, and the Prison might just take advantage of that. but KDF enjoying a huge lead in this one. Look at that. We're talking about 50 meters. This is a total rout. And I'm looking at the likes of Prisons trying to close in, but falling way back. But it's KDF taking the inside lane at the moment. They have the advantage. And you can feel the crowd in the stadium urging them to try and run even faster. We'll be looking at this one, and now he hands it over to Zablon Ekwan. KDF seemingly are going to run away with this one. Eastern have now taken the second place, but now it's a battle between Coast and Nyanza North. Nyanza North now coming into third place. It is KDF, Eastern, Nyanza North. Prison still trying so hard to catch up with the rest. But it's KDF. This will be very interesting. Eastern trying so hard to ensure that they close that gap. And that is Weissman. He's off the blocks, fast and furious. You can see the way he's running, this man from KDF. Very confident. Nyanza North in third, Eastern in second place. Prisons trying to close on Nyanza North. It's KDF who will be taking this second semi-final. Eastern coming in second, and of course Prisons who've overtaken Nyanza North going to claim third place. We'll be looking at the time of qualifications here. What's the qualification time? Easing through very nicely, 3.10, and now the race is between Prisons and Nyanza North, but it ends in the favor of the guys from Ruiru. And that should be it. KDF will be facing out with the likes of Police in the final. Remember, Police won the first semi-final and making it to for tomorrow's final that will be held here at the Nyayo National Stadium. From morning we've been bringing you all the action, giving you each and every event as it unfolds. And heading into the final, I'm sure the stadium will be full to capacity. The 4x400 meters semi-final number 2, wrapping up the day. It's been a day full of action, a day full of activities, and of course a day of excitement here at the Nyayo National Stadium. We've been bringing you all this action, and of course tomorrow we'll be giving you the finals of many events. Watch out for the 100 meters, the 4x100 meters. Remember, there is National Police Service, there's Botswana, there's Uganda, there is Tanzania, South Sudan, the Seychelles, South Africa also. They'll be coming here, trying it out in the 4x100 meters. So let's see what happens here tomorrow. Ferdinand Omanyala will be racing in that one. He is also in the final of the 100 meters. So plenty of action to look forward to tomorrow. The steeplechase, of course, will be held later on tomorrow, I think at around midday. And winners from here automatically get a ticket to try out at the national trials for the World Athletics Championships to be held in Budapest. Remember, the national trials will be held on
wachezaji wa upande wa magharibi. Unaenda Discussment.
Cabbage.
long jump, women, longs,
medalist representing Kenya Defense Forces, Check Kimoi.
And the winner of 2023 long jump women representing the National Police, Maximilian Imanu, who is also the national champion 100 meters. Doing the presentation, chairman, he's also doing another today all the way from Wild Athletics. Okay, long time.
Bronze medalist representing the National Police Service, Isaac Kira, who is also the National Police champion. Silver medalist representing Kenya Prison, Edwin Tom. And the winner of long-term men 2023 Athletic Championship representing Kati, Isaac Kimundo. Tumpigie makofi kijana kutoka Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions kuweza kuingia hapa na kuchukua ushindi wa long jump. Wapi makofi mashabiki? Mashabiki wafanya asante sana, picha maridadi. Thank you very much. Bwana Ochieng ukisindikishwa na Madam Winnie Catherine Dereba. Thank you very much. Basi kule RSM wakiendelea kupanga, wacha tuendelee pande hii na kukabidhi zawadi washindi. Washindi wa walk, Emily Ngi, Sylvia Kemboi, Central Rift, Margaret Gati, Central Rift. Jooni kwa zawadi. Discus Women, Caroline Cherotich, Roslyn Nakamba, Mercy Chemkemoi, Paul Caroline Cherotich, Winnie Lanat, Catherine Mwenda. Javelin Women, Irene Chemkemoi, Gladys Chemkemoi, Mama Funai. 400 meters hurdles, Diana Chebet, Johnson, Gladys Kure. 400 meters hurdles, 400 meters hurdles, Ukiel Gladys Kure, Veronica Chebet. 10,000 meters, Irene Kimai, KDF, Catherine Lee Northrift na Ruth Chemgetich Kenya Prisons. Jioni kwa sababu haraka iwezekanavyo, na ikipita tu kidogo basi kwa National Police, alafu magereza, alafu KWS, alafu NYS, kulingana na uzee mtu wangu. Alafu hawa ni Central, hii ni Central. Hii Northeastern mulikuja mbele kwa nini? Timu ya Nairobi hapa, naona timu ya Nairobi. Kati, wapi makofi ya kati? We, naona eyes right mzito sana hapo ya kati. Central anafuata hapa. Kagea, timu ya Nyanza South, asante sana. Kagea hii ndio faridi gani hapo? Southern wanakunya hapa Southern, tembea mzuri Southern wewe. Left right. Yes. Asante sana mzee. Sawa. Farid RSM, Ofsa mteule daraja la pili. Kibet, pia ni coach. 1-2-2. Kibet.
Umeinamisha zote.
Unafungua mguu alafu mikono inarudi nyuma. Asante sana. Ndio hiyo kitu kama hiyo.
Mwangi uweze kupatia Senior Vice President. Yuko hapa chini Mwangi, tafadhali.
Ping digalagan. Hiyo ndio orange, si pink.
Asante sana viongozi ya ile ya leo pamoja na fans ya Visions na wanariadha. Ningependa niseme siku ya leo hii umefanya ilikuwa ile inaitwa mzungu riaso ya kesho, kwa sababu kama vile unajua programu yetu inaenda tutafunga kesho ama mchezo yote tunalizika kesho, sababu tutakuwa na mgeni mheshimiwa kesho, tutaongelea vizuri kufanya dhidi ya riaso. Kwa hivyo itakuwa kama vile umefanya, lakini ningependa niseme tafadhali managers machama, kwa sababu najua machama wako hapa na team managers ambao kuna team Athletics Kenya ilipatia kila region uniform track suit ile ya kufanya hii kama vile tumefanya. Kwa hivyo ningependa niulize regions kesho mvalie nguo zile za tracksuit za kila mkoa. Kwa hivyo kama vile ilivyo kwa sasa haionekani vizuri. Otherwise ningependa nishukuru nyinyi nyote, kama vile tulianza jana, program ikaendelea vizuri ikamalizika na tukakuja leo tukamaliza mzuri kama vile tumemaliza sasa. Hiyo ningependa nishukuru nyinyi kwa kutia hiyo namna ya kawaida. Sasa kama sisi wana michezo, kawaida yetu ni kuwa discipline, kawaida yetu ni kufuata sheria vile ilivyo ya michezo. Mwishowe basi ningetaka niseme kama vile mnajua hii yote ile mchezo tulikuwa tukifanya ya weekend meet mpaka ya sasa hii ya national championship, tulikuwa tukitayarisha wanariadha wetu waprepare kwenda kule nchi ya Hungary, mji wa Budapest kwa World Athletics Championship ambacho itakuwa mwezi wa 8, na ndiye nasema qualify katika kwenda kwa hiyo lazima in the first place utimize ile kiwango ya time na idadi yako, kama ni kutro, kama ni kukimbia hapa, kama ni marathon, kama ni nini, lazima utimize ile muda inatakikana kwa World Athletics. Kwa hivyo kama ujui, wewe uliza coach yako hiyo muda ni gani, kwa sababu mchezo kama wa leo ulikuwa wa qualify na tuliona ni kama wengine waliqualify. Ile ingine na ya maana sana, to qualify lazima uwe umeenda ile tunaitanga anti-doping test, ama kupimwa ile madawa wanariadha wetu wanakunywa ovyo ovyo. Lazima uwe umepimwa. Kama ujui sana juu ya hiyo, tena tuko na afisi hapa kwa Riadha House ambayo inahusika na hiyo, inashirikiana na ada kupima kila mwanariadha yule atapaswa kwenda, kwa sababu kama utakuwa umetimiza ile kiwango inatakikana ya kupimwa, hautakuwa unaweza enda kwa World Championship. Na ya mwisho ningependa niseme katika trial ile tutakuwa nayo hapa tarehe 8 mwezi wa 7, lazima uwe invited. Haitakuwa mtu yeyote atoke mahali popote anataka ndiye aje kukimbia ati achaguliwe. Hapana, tutafanya hiyo na invitation. Invitation itakuwa na wale kama vile nimesema, wale wametimiza ile kiwango nimesema ya qualify, na kama bado hujatimiza na tunaonelea ni kama unaweza timiza siku hiyo na umepita hii ya kupimwa madawa, tunaweza ita wewe. Kwa hivyo my technical committee itaanza kuketi Jumatatu ione ni nani na nani bado watapaswa kuitwa. Lakini sasa hata kama utaitwa, wewe kuja ya ushajilia wengine na uone watu wanachaguliwa namna gani, kwa sababu mwaka ujao tutakuwa na Olympics kule Paris, na naona sio lazima wale wanaenda kula pesa mwaka huu wao ndio wataenda Paris. Kwa hivyo ni kujitayarisha kila kitu, ndiye tuwe kama vile tunajulikana wa Kenya, ndiye tuende tukashinde kule na kila kitu sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo bila kuharibu wakati, tulikuwa tukitaka kufanya hii riazo kwa sasa, na tuambie nyinyi hiyo machache nimeshaambia nyinyi. Otherwise kutoka kwa sasa nitauliza Mwangi ama Maniki, sababu hao ni askari, mimi si askari, hao ni askari ya wakuonyesha the next thing to do.
Mimi nimeretire, lakini najua nafahamu kidogo. Najua kutoka hapa tutampatia nafasi RSM aweze kuendelea. Upigiwe salute hapo. Ni huyo.
Na mkuje kwa jeshi wote.
Arudisha salute kwa kutoa kofia. Asante sana Senior Vice. Na unasimama hapo tu mpaka wakienda sasa ndio unapotea. Asante sana Nyanza Sound. Tembea left, right, left, right. Na muhepe band. Kibetu wapie na mdomo hawa wa nini? No distance, waende kando. Enda kando ndio very good. Hii game imeiva. Mwanyaja hata kutembea ni kama wewe ni timu ya Nairobi. We know you.
Tunamalizia wapi?
Ati sasa anatembea. Mwanyaja anatembea ni raia. Kwa kujua bana. Senior Vice kama imekuwa jeshi. Hiyo salute vile tunaona ukirudisha kama uko sawa. Haya, sasa tunauliza tujitayarishe kusimama kila mtu na kuweka hiyo makabila rasmi kwa vijiji. Naomba sote tusimame wima sasa.
kwa sherehe ya kuteremsha bendera. Kwanza wimbo wa dini ijulikana kama hymn, kisha wimbo wa kuteremsha bendera na wimbo wa taifa. Sasa huo ni wimbo wa kuteremsha bendera. Ndio mjue. Funga na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki.
Ini ama kanda.
Sasa drum major naomba ruksa ya kundua bendi hapa uwanjani, na hakika amepewa. Hiyo ni Vice President Athletic Kenya, Senior Vice President. Yuko hapa. Niko nafikiri ako juu. Asante sana Senior Vice President. Ni wakati sasa wa pili kuweza kuondoka hapa uwanjani tukikamilisha mashindano ya riadha ya taifa siku ya pili. Bila shaka mambo ndio hivyo. Bendi ya magereza wakitembea na madaha na kusema kwamba mashindano ya kitaifa mwaka 2023 yanafika siku ya pili, na siku ambayo imekuwa ni muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo kesho tutakuwa na fainali ya mashindano. Wanapita hapa mbele kama kawaida wakiwa na magwanda yao rasmi ya bendi ya magereza, wakiwa chini ya director Chief Inspector Bwana Kamau, ndio director wa music katika bendi ya magereza. Ndio wanakuja hapa mbele kupita kwa heshima na kawaida ya bendi yetu kupita hapa mbele. Basi Meja ni Koplo Margaret Makambi wanakuja kupita hapa mbele. Meja Koplo Margaret Makambi anaongoza hapo mbele akiwa chini ya usimamizi wake Pito ambaye ni inspector wa magereza. Bendi nzima ndio hiyo inapita hapa mbele kupiga saluti